That's where the sound is coming from. So this is frequency. So it has not been tested, so we cannot say be certain. Sure, you need to test it. It has not been tested. Thank you. Yeah. So, okay, no, I think it is a bit from here, not to inner cable. Tuseme kano wano, then this is the record.
So you take a speaker
and a microphone. And a mic. And the speakers are going to be alternate. Cannot come with it. Why don't you want it here? Because I was thinking you put it next to the Kati, what about if they are walking around? What if there is Wanga is okuja na ubiranga.
Actually, it's a really good microphone.
Okay, karapere. But there's a sun.
Welcome to the 2025 ACWJ Annual Media Convention. I'm going to be your host for the day. My name is Janice Nkajja, and I am the head of research, partnerships, and communications at ACJW. So just a disclaimer before we start the event, I have a lot of energy. So in between this event, if I just pick you out and tell you to do something very random, just know it's only natural. It's just to engage you and to engage us in this entire conference. Today we are discussing sexual reproductive health rights and essentially how we are navigating it in the journalism space particularly. I am honored to have so many incredible people in this room who have dedicated their lives and careers to not only telling these critical stories, but also actively engaging with community work. And so as we begin this event, I would like to invite the person who has made all of this possible, who has made this dream come to life, our ED, Mrs. Vivian Seranja, to give us the opening remarks for the day.
Hello, good morning. Vivian here. Good morning. Friends, you're very welcome. Yes, you are very welcome. Welcome to the annual media convention by the African Center for Women in Journalism, ACWJ. This is our first and certainly not the last. We're going to be convening annually, maybe in a different place, but we're going to be convening as journalists, as partners in these spaces to primarily advance the empowerment of journalists, particularly female, but yes, with males, to amplify women voices. The ultimate call is amplifying women voices. This gathering is a testament of our shared commitment to amplify those rather concealed voices from the different social levels. It could be that person down in the street. It could be that person in a high office. All of us need to have a voice. And as journalists, since we do have this platform, since we do have a voice, we ought to be the voice, to be that, to give that amplification to the voices that are rather sometimes silenced or misrepresented. We are here for the next 2 days. And I'm excited that we're going to engage as partners, as journalists in thought-provoking discussions. We're going to share innovative ideas, and we are going to network. We're going to network with fellow journalists. We're going to network with partners. We're going to network with other professionals. We're going to have a lot of people as the introductions should come through. In fact, yeah, I think after this, we're going to have to hear from everyone and where they are coming from. It's also important that we have that part. And yeah, at the end of the day, we should know who does what. Part of what I'm going to do is, maybe later, is to have us discuss ways in which we're going to concretize our voices, to come together as professionals to be able to amplify those voices. How do we, form this army to to be able to make that voice even louder and reach even further. So at the end of this event, I will really be excited if we have that kind of commitment as a team in this house and the bigger team that's going to be online. We are expecting about 20 in here and about 100 virtually from all across Africa. Once again, you're very welcome. Let's use this chance to empower each other. We challenge stereotypes. We be sure that we push those boundaries that are ultimately going to get us to the much needed change. Today we're discussing SRHR justice, a very important part of us. Yes, not just female journalists, but also, excuse me, also the male. You know, I don't need to go into the social settings of where there is a man, there is a woman, and everything. But I'll take it to the newsroom, whereas we are females in the newsroom, doing the stories, pushing for these SRHR stories, there is that male at, at the chief editor's desk as the gatekeeper. You'll do the story, but for as long as your boss, your supervisor does not appreciate this issue the same way that you do, it may be a little hard for it to see the light of day. And these are the majority. And I feel we have cried enough about the dwindling numbers of ladies in the newsroom, many jumping ship for non-so-greener pastures, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, I would love to hear us share these experiences, but most importantly, at the end of the day, we should be able to look at those things that are going to help that young girl, that young girl in training school to aspire to join the newsroom, the young journalists to keep growing in the newsroom, the experienced journalists to keep in there and mentor as many as they can, but also get to learn from those that have stepped out. What were the challenges that they faced? So we're able to navigate those as we go on with this campaign to keep as many ladies in the newsroom. Because remember, the woman's story is best told by a woman. So if we have many more women in the newsroom, we should be able to have these stories put out, heard, and prioritized. Once again, I want to thank you so much, and I won't get down without thanking our partners, Afya na Haki, or you may call it Ahaki. These are our great partners, and we're really grateful that they are partnering with us to have this and making everything possible. I will request the representative available to deliver our love back to the DG and the entire team at Ahaki. Thank you very much. I want to thank you so much. Your people look amazing, and I'm really glad and grateful that you've made this possible. We wouldn't be here. You see how we've been trying to wait a little longer because it's you who make this. We were here, but for as long as you're not in the room. So that's how much you matter. Thank you so much for prioritizing this, and we look forward to a great 2-day engagement. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Edie. She's a remarkable woman with a vision to transform journalism in Africa. I'm pretty excited to see where this journey is going to go. But before we get into the nitty-gritties of today, at ACWJ, we have a super weapon. One that we think is going to revolutionize media in general, because artificial intelligence is one of those particular tools that is often feared but could have such great potential. I would like to introduce to you Sarah. Sarah, we are waiting for you. Okay, as Sarah gets ready. We all know who I am already, so we can like spin that back a little bit. I would start with the extreme corner. Would you like to tell us who you are, where you come from, and why exactly did you join us today?
Okay. What's the criteria? Are we standing? Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am Ruth Nagudi. I work with Women Lens Africa. We cover stories of women, especially marginalized women. I joined this because there's a whole fuss about SRHR, and I just need to contextualize issues better. So I'm here to learn to be able to contextualize issues in terms of reporting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ruth. The beautiful lady adorned in African attire.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vivian Agaba. I'm a freelance health and science journalist. I have 10 years of work experience in the media, and I've been in the area of sexual and reproductive health and rights for so many years. So I'm here to learn whatever is new in the field, but then I'm also looking at, with the reduction in the funding, what is the way forward? What are we going to do to make sure that we keep telling these stories, but we also keep spreading the message of sexual and reproductive health and rights? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Let me stand and honor everyone. My name is Serena Nkajja. I am a broadcast journalist at NSTV Online. The reason as to why I'm here, I want actually to report about the new trend amongst female journalists. What is really happening on ground, things are worse. So if I'm given a chance, please, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bazio Doreen. I come from Germany. I'm here to represent Media for All. It's a community-based organization in Germany. And my district and Buyende are competing this year for the SRHR award. And so I'm here to enhance my skills and see how I can compete better for that award. Thank you.
Good to see you. Good morning. My name is Solomon Serwanja. I am an investigative journalist. I work with the African Institute for Investigative Journalism, and I'm really excited to be here, firstly, because, and I'm excited about the work that ACWJ is doing to really empower female reporters and female journalists in this space. I am a storyteller, and why I'm here today is really to learn more about sexual reproductive health and rights, because I want to enhance also my storytelling. But I'm also going to be a presenter. I'm going to be a facilitator later on, just to share with you some of my experiences doing these stories over the years. I've been in the media for the last, I'm even having my mommy here. Mommy Rose Bukiroka is here. Mommy, I think I've made what? 15 years? Okay. I've made 15 years in the journalism industry. And over the years, I've picked up a couple of traits that I'm happy to share with you later on. Yeah, so I'm excited. Thank you so much for having us. ACWJ, thank you for making this happen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Divine Masinalwanga. And the reason why I'm here, I am curious. I have never reported any story in this field, and I'm here to learn, first of all, and then to share the little that I know. And I really want to understand more so that I can tap into this field.
So good morning, everyone. So I started my media journey in 2022. So I've been in the media for that very many years. Well, my name is Grace Joyce Kemgisa. I am a sports journalist. enthusiastic about sports. You will find me in environments that have sport. Really, like everything about me is sport. I work with Radio 1 FM 90 and also UBC TV. I am newly appointed Gender Equality and Diversity Commissioner with the Uganda Olympics Committee under the International Olympics Committee. I started covering issues to do with women and reproductive health during the Rebecca Cheptegei incident. And from then, I've been curious. I've been drawn to things that affect sports women, especially our sexuality, the different things that are different from a men-dominated world. The unique thing about sport, because we are in a male field, we are driven like men. We don't have the soft mushy. But then after the Rebecca Cheptegei incident, something was awakened in me. So I am here to learn so that I can serve the women in sport better.
Good morning, everyone. You see me here, it's because I'm a bit introverted. I like to, it's not that I don't have to sit there. I'm Nimrod Muhumuza, and I work with Afya na Haki as a researcher. And I'm here because I love engaging in this space, whether it's research, whether it's dissemination, whether it's advocacy, or even litigation. You'll find me in this space. So I'm here to learn. But like Solomon said, I also have a session where I'm going to engage and facilitate and hope that we can learn from each other. So it's nice to be here, and thank you to Vivian for organizing this, and to you, Janice, for facilitating us and for inviting us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwebia Fred, aka Yogaman. I'm a content creator. I'm an accountant as well. So one of the reasons I'm here is to come and be part of the Women's Story Empowerment. And also I know most of the times people think that when you talk about women, you typically talking about women. There is a side of men behind all the women you see. So sometimes it is upon us, the men, to be there to empower the women to be where they need to be. Yeah, so that's why we're here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmed Kawesi. I am a digital transformation expert. I run a company called Startboom Digital, and we support digital transformation all over the continent. So I am here to support women in journalism because I believe that without digital transformation, we cannot do so much. So I want to listen, hear from you, and see how I can also extend my expertise to help women digitalize in the journalism space. And I want to see, I have a vision for women journalists. I want to see a woman running a big media enterprise in Uganda. I have not seen it. Yeah? It's coming, eh? Yeah, let's hope for the best. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nalongo Rose Buchirwa Kagwa. I'm a news editor with Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. I've been in the media for over 25 years. And I head the health desk in my newsroom. That is the first reason why I'm here. The next reason is I love understanding sexual reproductive health and rights. What is there? I've been telling this story for the last so many years, probably 10. I would like to understand better ways of telling the same story. We've been telling this story of but is it the same today like it was yesterday? I would like to understand. Are there better ways of telling the same story? I'm meeting some new faces here that I've never met. Networking? Yes, tomorrow I want to be able to call so and so, so and so, and so and so in a certain field, in a certain corporation, in a certain company. And then sometimes I use such spaces to relax, away from the hustle in the newsroom. Yes, basically that's me. I'm looking forward to the 2 days that we're here.
Thank you so, so much, Mrs. Rose. Everyone here has talked about why they're here. I just realized I haven't told you guys why exactly I'm here. Till Mr. Nimrod talked about litigation. I am, in fact, a lawyer in training. And the reason as to why I'm here today is that I've realized that there's a huge gap within the law and women issues, to the extent that the law isn't gender sensitive at all. And so I am super excited to hear from the experts in the room who have not only spent their whole career tackling these issues, but at the same time to just understand from a perspective that is not legalese, who's getting imprisoned, what exactly is SRHR? Before we got into introductions, I had first introduced Sarah. But Sarah is now off the screen again. Okay. Sarah is back online. The reason as to why we love Sarah is because she feels she's very transformative. She keeps changing. Today she can sound like me. Tomorrow she can sound like Mrs. Vivian. The other day Shafiq could even give her his own voice. But today let's see who she really is. I'd like to introduce to you Sarah Nachove.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Nakiobi, ACWJ's virtual assistant, and I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome you to what will be the most transformative 48 hours of your journalism careers.
Sarah, would you like to tell us more about what the expectations for today are? Oh, did she hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes, she did. You can continue, Sarah. Sarah,
thank you.
Sarah, would you like to tell us what the expectations for today are?
Absolutely. I'm so excited to walk you through what awaits you today, day one of our historic convention. Today is all about building the foundation for your journey as champions of reproductive justice. We're starting with our opening ceremonies at 8:30 this morning, where we'll set our transformative vision together. This isn't just another conference opening, it's the moment we officially launch Africa's first continental network of female journalists dedicated to reproductive justice. At 9 o'clock, we dive into movement building with our incredible founder, Vivian Serwanja, exploring exactly how you as female journalists can advance sexual and reproductive health rights justice across our continent. Then Professor Moses Mulumba from Afya na Haki will guide us through global politics impact, showing you how international policies directly affect the local stories you tell every day. This afternoon gets even more powerful. We'll focus on humanizing SRHR, learning how to move these critical stories from the margins to the center of public discourse. And we'll close with experience sharing, an open dialogue where you can share the real challenges you face covering these sensitive topics. By tonight, you'll have the foundational knowledge and sisterhood bonds that will transform how you approach reproductive justice reporting. Tomorrow, we'll build on this with advanced skills and action planning. Are you ready to make history together?
Yes, we are, Sarah.
That energy is exactly what we need. I can feel the determination and passion in this room, and it's absolutely electric. You know, looking at all of you here today, journalists from Uganda, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Senegal, Madagascar, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and beyond, you represent the future of African storytelling. Each of you brings unique experiences and perspectives that will enrich our collective mission. What makes today even more special is that you're not just learning from world-class speakers like award-winning Catherine Gicheru and investigative pioneer Solomon Serwanja, you're also learning from each other. The woman sitting next to you might have the exact insight you need for your next groundbreaking story about reproductive rights. Remember, every story you write after this convention has the power to save lives, change policies, and transform how our societies view women's reproductive health. When you return to your newsrooms, you'll be ambassadors carrying the tools and confidence to tell the stories that matter most. So let's make every session count today. Ask bold questions, share your experiences openly, and build those unbreakable professional bonds. The movement for reproductive justice in Africa starts right here, right now, with all of you. Are there any specific aspects of today's agenda you'd like me to clarify before we begin this incredible journey together?
No, thank you, Sarah. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Sarah. You can ask her anything and everything about ACWJ and she will spit it out like wildfire. And so we have basically had a brief overview of what we are to expect across the next couple of days. But today particularly we have 3 incredible sessions that we are going to have to essentially kick off the day, to have the feel of what this convention is about, and essentially to get to know each other. Because people persons are people persons. Yes, it's as simple as that. So as Sarah highlighted, our first segment of the day will be by our ED, Mrs. Vivian Seranja, who will be essentially breaking down building a movement, why she believes that it's our role as female journalists to build and talk about sexual reproductive health justice in this particular day and age. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Vivian up on the stage to run us through this next segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. You're welcome again, friends. Please allow me welcome Dr. Professor, these are the shoes, Dr. Professor Moses Mulumba, represented by Nimrod. And thereafter, I think he'll dive into the session as promised. Nimrod, you're very welcome.
So, good morning once again. It's a challenge matching Janice's energy, but I'll try. I don't think I can match it. I'll do it my own way. So, as Vivian has mentioned, I'm here on behalf of Professor Moses Mulumba, and he sends his greetings late at night as well. And so I come from Afya na Haki. I don't know how many of you have heard Afya na Haki. That's good. That's good. So Afya na Haki is a regional research and training organization that is in the space of works to advance health, human rights, and sexual and reproductive health and rights. I assume we all know or have an idea of what sexual and reproductive health and rights is, including members from the sports fraternity. Grace, yes, excellent. Yeah? And we primarily use Afrocentric approaches. So my session will be touching on some of those aspects. And because I am aspiring to be a teacher, it's going to take a very interactive approach. So all of us are going to participate one way or the other. I'm not going to force you, I'm not going to compel you, but also, even though it's being recorded or transmitted online, I want you to be as comfortable as possible. Please know there's no, well, there might be a wrong answer, but please don't, don't be scared of sharing your opinions, because this is a very vital topic. So my session, for those of you that have the agenda, is on understanding reproductive justice, a bit of global politics, and what we can pick as communications people, as journalists. I am not a journalist myself, so please feel free to stop me and say, on this you are wrong. The lessons that I have picked are what I assume journalists should go away with. And I would like to start with an interactive. I have the slides here, but I'll spend maybe the next 15, 20 minutes having, I can see someone has already walked out. I don't know if they're walking out in protest. So I'll just put it here. That's to suggest that, But I would like to start off by asking a few things. How many of us here have heard the terms pro-life, pro-choice? Pro-life, pro-choice, you all have. And how many of you would say you are pro-life? Janice, could you explain why you
Okay, so I'm going to contextualize given the
Yes.
fact that I come from the litigation field. But also it's largely substantiated in the fact that I have particular values that have my identity in them, and so particular things I may not necessarily agree with them. But from a legal point of view, the right to life is subjective given that different different jurisdictions term it differently. For example, in Uganda, there's no such thing as trimester that you can abort after the first trimester, second trimester, third trimester. Legally, it is illegal to have an abortion. And there are so many discussions about the nuances of the cases in which women are or get pregnant. Some go to as morbid as rape, assault, and all those things that our legal system does not account for. That's why I said our legal system is very not gender biased. It does not really consider the woman. But at the same time, I'm not a person of pro-choice, because ideally, because of the values I have grown up with, I come from the Christian faith, and so we believe that even some of the most morbid things, ideally, a child is a child. And so they do not necessarily choose to be here, and so it's unfair for them not to have that chance to live. But we can go back and forth about the technicalities of it and how essentially the legal system could do better to protect women who have gone through such traumatic experiences without necessarily putting them at the face of it that you are killing your baby. Okay. There's so much nuance around it.
Yeah. Thank you, Rose. Could you share the mic, please? Thank you.
I wanted to say, even as we discuss this, I think there are people who are just starting into reproductive health. I don't want them to be left behind. pro-choice, pro-life. Some of them don't understand.
Yeah.
Please.
No, that's why I asked.
Okay.
How?
Okay. I could
Yeah.
describe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be as basic as possible.
Okay, so pro-choice essentially means that the right to autonomy of a female's body is for them. So essentially what that means is that as a woman, I have a right to choose what happens to my body. But
so the right to
choose.
the right
Exactly.
to choose what to do with your body.
But
yes.
contextually, it's often affiliated with pregnancy, but it has also gotten into much more nuanced settings in regards to sexual reproductive health rights, etc., etc. Pro-life is more of the argument that there's no proper justification as to why someone could essentially end their child's life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it's kind of disadvantageous that Janice kicked off a discussion because she gave I feel like she's given a very complicated answer. There were hands here that I wanted to interrogate, if you don't mind. Pro-life, pro-choice. Just to know if you've heard of it, and not necessarily to ask what your opinion of abortion is, but what you think those two terms mean. And I'll tell you why I'm asking. To contextualize, as Janice has mentioned, she has used another hard word, nuances and all that, but yeah.
I'll stick to simple English.
Please.
Pro-choice is me having a say in everything that happens to my body.
Yes.
Whether it's hair, shoes, or what.
Yeah.
I know in today's world we use it mostly about our sexuality.
Yeah.
But I believe choice should be for
everything.
Everything.
Including sexuality.
Yes. Pro-life is like a rule that for as long as I get pregnant, unless like it's a medical situation or the baby just dies by natural causes, that baby has to be delivered.
Yeah.
Like you have no way out.
Yeah. You are alive no matter what.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is what I understand.
Okay.
What I stand for, as a Christian, I'm pro-life.
Okay.
As a person who has been in different spaces, I don't know.
Okay. That's also a very good starting point. And the reason I ask is this. How many of us know how many women die as a result of unsafe abortions in Africa? Yeah. Or how many unsafe abortions occur in Africa? Could you guess? Can guess? Any guess? Ms. Agaba?
I don't know about Africa, but I saw a story somewhere, I think Monitor, they were saying annually 800 in Uganda only, in Uganda.
Yeah,
they
as a
die
result
of unsafe abortions.
abortion.
Yeah.
So you can keep the mic. I don't know if we'll have someone to help us move it around. But so I ask this because if you are in this space and you do not want 800,000 women to die of unsafe abortions in Uganda, doesn't that make you pro-life? Doesn't that make you life no matter what? Yes, if you do not want them to die. If you want to make sure that there are measures you take that prevent the death of 800,000, doesn't that make you pro-life? So I'm asking this because I want you, again, as journalists, as communications people, you are at the heart of these debates because you essentially shape what the community thinks about these things. So the idea that there is one side against the other side, that binary does not always necessarily work. So that's one question. I have another question, and I think it should come this side. Where's the mic? This side has participated. I'll put it here. Between, how many of you would say between a pregnancy that has been carried to term and an abortion, what's riskier? A safe abortion. What's more risky, or what's riskier? Come again? A pregnancy that has no. A pregnancy that has been for 9 months. When you say you've carried a pregnancy to term, it means you until delivery. Yes, not to abort it. So say a woman has carried the pregnancy for 9 months, and a girl or a woman who undergoes a safe abortion. What do you think is more risky?
But you're talking about a safe abortion.
Yes. I'm talking about a safe abortion. Yes, but what's riskier? There's a reason why I'm asking. Yes.
I think it really depends on the conditions of the pregnant lady.
Let's assume this woman has gotten the 8 recommended antenatal care visits that the WHO recommends. They live in Chirahia, so middle class, have access to good hospitals. It's a healthy pregnancy. Let's assume that.
What is more riskier? I think abortion, if it is done intentionally, is more riskier. Because
even if it's safe?
It cannot be safe, you know, because abortion is, I'm not a physician, but I know it's like, I don't know how to term it, but if you're trying to remove something from, like removing an organ from your body, it might be the safest way to save your body, but even that exercise, the doctors will tell you that we are going to do it the safest way, but you have to sign something because you might die, you know? So I think carrying the baby and delivering the baby is the safest way.
Safer than
because the abortion, even if they say safe, something can go wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, it can always go wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How many agree? And Solomon, you excluded because I've given a version of this presentation before. How many agree? I agree. Okay, and I'm assuming those that have their hands down are in the don't know category. There was a study that was carried out, I think it was carried out in the United States. And they found, and you're free to Google this, that carrying a pregnancy to term is 14 times riskier than a safe and legal abortion. A safe and legal abortion, an abortion that is carried out in a hospital and with a qualified medical practitioner, is safer, 14 times safer than carrying a pregnancy to term. Again, I'm going to tell you why I'm asking all these questions at the end. I have just one last question. I think it was, Janice mentioned it, as did Grace, but I want to hear from someone else. We discussed at the beginning how if you're pro-life, it means you are alive no matter what, right? And some of us believe this because of how we are brought up religiously, but also a bit of it is informed by our cultures. So the Kenyan Constitution, and I'm not taking you into legalese here, says that life begins at conception. Does anyone know what that means? Janice, no. Life begins at conception. What does that mean? Yes.
I think that means that the moment the sperm fertilizes the egg,
that is
considered
life.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's what life begins at conception means. Where do we get that theory, or that, I don't want to call it ideology, or where do we get that? understanding. No, no, no. Yes, but where do you get it, Rose? You're the journalist. You tell me.
Well, I think it's science. The moment the egg is fertilized,
that's life.
So there is no life when the egg is fertilized.
Yeah, life doesn't start there.
It starts when?
At what point?
At what point?
Yes. But would you, at the point you're making the announcement, is that the point of conception? Guys, I'm asking, at the point you announce, say 6 weeks later, is that the point of conception? No. Yes.
Conception.
Yes. This is good. Okay. Yes, something is already alive. Yes, Serena.
I think, to my own understanding,
yes,
that life begins after birth.
After birth?
Yeah. Once
the
baby is out,
yeah,
then life begins.
Yeah.
When the baby is inside, you don't know. You
Yeah.
can't determine whether you're going to have an abortion or a miscarriage or whatever.
But we can tell sometimes. When you do the ultrasound.
No, sometimes you can have an abrupt miscarriage, just like that. So to me, I think it begins after you've put out the baby.
I want to go back. He's on phone, but is there another hand? Yes. I want a hand that hasn't spoken yet. Yes, Doreen.
This is my opinion. I think life begins at conception because you're looking at the health of the baby, the forming of the organs. I think that is all life.
Yeah. I want to go back to, thank you, Doreen. I want to go back to Solomon. He mentioned that is life and that is science. And I'm curious, because again, as journalists, you deal with facts and put them out there, and then you call analysts and they interpret those facts. So Solomon, what makes a life?
Well,
you said it is science, and you said it with assuredness.
For something to be considered life, it has to breathe. The characteristics of living things, really.
So does an embryo that is 1 day old, what does it have that would compare it to what we're doing right now?
It's developing.
Is it breathing? No.
Yes.
No. Does it have brain activity?
Oxygen supply from the mother.
Does it have, but so do tumors. The tumors also have blood supply from us. Yeah, yeah. No, we're talking about an embryo. We're talking about an embryo. A one day old embryo. Okay. Ahmed, then I'll go to Janice.
I think life starts when the fetus has its first heartbeat. I think that's when life starts.
And that is...
Yeah.
Why do you say that? What if I have a heartbeat but I don't have brain activity?
It is... that is out of the question because now you're an adult. It is hard.
No. If it is a fetus that has heartbeat but no brain activity.
Yeah, but it has another characteristic of a living thing. Okay. Because you cannot say that brain activity alone makes you alive. There are very many people with brain activities
that don't have heartbeats?
No.
It's the other way around.
Yeah. But I think for the fetus itself, if we give it the heartbeat, life has started because it means now oxygen is moving, the heart is beating, then the other parts of the body can always grow.
Yeah.
But without a heartbeat, it is just flesh.
Okay. Let me hear from Janice, and then I will try and conclude.
I'm going to go on a tangent because
but
the reason
speak simply.
Yes.
Even me, I was having trouble.
Yes. The reason as to I don't like this conversation, particularly of when does life start, because it's like we are looking for reasons to justify abortion. Yeah. And so it goes on and on we are logically trying to like justify and convince ourselves that life starts at this, so if I do it at this point in time, it's okay. And I think as a society, we have done that multiple times, from things like if killing a person in self-defense is valid, or if hanging people who have committed grievous crimes is okay because they have done the grievous crimes. So I'd call it a social construct, and it confuses a lot of young people like myself, because we are being pulled to sides on what to agree with and what not to agree with.
Okay.
Yes.
But why is it important as journalists for us to know these things?
Because then you are shaping the narrative. Because what the Daily Monitor puts out, I'll take as serial truth. If the Daily Monitor says life starts at trimester 3, I'll be like, yes, yes, yes. I think, in my opinion.
It is extremely important because it is your role to cut through some of this, I don't know how to call it, a forest, I would say, of misunderstanding, but also of your own biases, and make sure that people get to the facts. I am not going to tell you what's true, what's not, right? That is your role. It is up to you to find out. If you ask someone, is an abortion riskier than a pregnancy? Please find out. At what point did we say in our various African traditions that life began? Please find out. The reason why the Kenyan Constitution says what it says is because the church lobbied very, very heavily to include that provision in. So it comes from a Christian religious understanding of conception. But I know, Ahmed, please correct me if I'm wrong, Muslims believe differently. Muslims believe that life begins at the point of ensoulment, at the time when an embryo receives a soul, which is, I think, 40 days? 60 days. So 60 days. So it's different for everyone. But I'm sure, and that's why I was very intrigued when Solomon says it is science. What makes a life? If you have a heartbeat, but you are brain dead, are you alive? Are you alive? So I just want you to have those things in mind, particularly as you tell some of these stories. Because if you go and ask ChatGPT, at what point does someone become alive? And you ask Ahmed, and you ask Janice, and you ask Grace J, and you ask someone in the village somewhere, you'll get different responses. So what story are you putting out there? What story are you putting out there? How are you shaping that rhetoric? And the reason why I began with, but now I don't know how I'm going to do it. How am I going to do it if they can't see? Yeah. Do you have a No, because for me to move the slides without blocking, yeah. They have, eh? Okay. So, great, excellent. Thank you, Jacob. So the reason why I began with the pro-choice, pro-life discussion is because the engagement that we're going to have today has an element of global politics. And just putting it out there, pro-choice, pro-life is not an African dichotomy. It's not an African division. That came from elsewhere. So, as Africans, as Ugandans, even as Ugandans, as people in our different ethnic groups and different cultures, what do we say about some of these things? It is important as journalists because, as I said, you shape perceptions, you shape narratives. The other day, the Daily Monitor put out a story, Merchants of Abortion, and you saw the outcry that came as a result. So it is something for you to think about. If I do not want women to die from unsafe abortions, does not make me pro-life. It does not make me pro-life. So it doesn't. It doesn't. Jacob. Yeah. Yeah. But why are you keeping me in a box, a pro-life, pro-choice box? Okay. Is it what? Yeah. 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 Aha. So which is why I began with, we cannot, especially as media people, especially as people in the communication space, present this as a discussion of either or. It is not as simple as that. Yeah, so let me just proceed. So the first thing that I will highlight is that perception, I should have added narrative. Narratives are everything, especially in this space. And we all need to do a bit of learning, unlearning, and relearning, especially on a contested issue as sexual and reproductive health and rights. Especially on a contested issue as sexual and reproductive health and rights. And that requires us to revisit and analyze the relevance of learned information as new information becomes available. To Solomon again, I'll come. I'm just going to be using some of the examples you've given to make certain points. When Roe versus Wade, okay, I don't want to go there, but let me give an example, maybe Ahmed. When people in the Islamic faith say life begins at ensoulment, which is 60 days, compared to what we know now about how fertilization occurs, okay? If someone from the 1st century AD came today and we told them about how a baby comes from being an embryo to a fetus to a baby to an unborn child to finally being a baby, do you think they would understand? They would think it's a miracle, right? It's the same way that if you brought someone from, I don't know from where, and you told them we now have machines that can fly people across the world, across seas, right? They would say that's completely impossible. It is your responsibility as journalists to do a lot of unlearning, especially on contested issues. A lot of the information that we get on these things are shaped by cultural and religious biases. All right? So that's why I'm not knocking anyone in this room. That's why you hear some people, an abortion is necessary, but for me, how I feel. And the challenge is that how you feel, should that dictate what the law says? You understand where I'm going? So if someone says, as the Americans, as the Americans have done in certain states, that that life begins at conception, does that mean that for me, I'm not a woman, but a woman who has had unintended or a mistimed pregnancy or an unwanted pregnancy, who is on maybe their 5th child, is struggling to make the ends meet, should be compelled to carry this child to term. Should that be a decision that, should how you feel be a factor in how they decide or in how they make their reproductive choices? Okay? Unlearning. This is very, very difficult for all of us, including myself. After you have unlearned and taken in new information, you then begin the process of unlearning. And the reason why it says, based on these new evaluations, we may need to throw away outdated beliefs and restructure our mental frameworks, especially as new information becomes available. But it requires courage, especially in societies like ours, especially on topics like this, right? That you have to be courageous enough, one, to recognize the gap in your own knowledge and to broaden your perspective and embrace those changes. And so I want to move to a second slide. So based on that discussion, these are 4 other topics that we can maybe have a discussion on. True or false? There were no induced abortions in pre-colonial Africa. You know, there's this saying that African culture wants us to carry children to term. We are pro-natalist. Is this true or false? Do you want them to turn off the camera so you can speak freely? Yeah, I'm speaking. You won't be. If they'll come to arrest us, they'll arrest me. Yes, Ahmed.
Nimron, I'll start with apologizing. I am sorry. I said 2 months, but it is 120 days. So it is 4 months.
That's 4 months, eh?
Yeah, when you get installment as a fetus, according to Islam. I don't think that statement is true, you know, because we have natural herbs here that help, you know, with abortion. I think there was always a time when people needed to abort pre-colonial, and they aborted for different reasons. For example, incest. It was a very serious matter, and I don't think our ancestors would, you know, allow incest to, you know. I think abortion happened. Though it was not, you know, there are certain things that are not spoken of, like taboos in the public. I think this happened, but it is not widespread.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone
that's my
else?
opinion.
Thank you, Divine.
I just want to reaffirm what he said. Yes, abortions used to happen. Because even up to now, people in rural areas still carry out those abortions, but they do not use pills, they do not go to hospitals, they have those herbs that they will give you, and before you know it, the thing is out.
Yeah. So they used to happen, but they weren't the way we know them. They weren't safe, but they used to happen. So what does that tell us about Jacob?
What is the basis for saying they were not safe?
That's a good question, yes.
What is your basis for saying they were not safe?
They were not safe. Okay. They used to happen through a number of methods. The first is the concoctions, the herbal concoctions, which I'm sure you all know. In some cases, and I'll share the slides, you'll see some of the references that I've made. In Kenya, we know that abortions used to happen through manual kneading, which would be either kneading like this, or could be punching the stomach. In some cases, we know that the men who got these women or girls pregnant would sometimes step on the stomach of the pregnant woman or girl, because at that time they believed that premarital pregnancy was worse than being pregnant before you get married. So if a girl got pregnant before marriage, they would do whatever they could. In some societies, I don't want to say this happened all across Africa. In some societies, at least for which we have data, these pregnancies would be terminated in relatively, compared to today, in relatively unsafe conditions. And of course, if you're stepping on someone's stomach to remove a fetus or to remove a baby, in some cases they would die. Right? Almost like today how people are using hangers, people are drinking bleach, and those kinds of things. So the idea that we didn't have concepts of SRHR, that we didn't have concepts of abortion, that African culture was so pronatalist is not entirely accurate. And again, as journalists, remember we said it is not really a for and against situation. There's a lot in that gray area that we need to interrogate. Okay? The second question is, or the second statement is, do restrictive sexual and reproductive health laws reduce the incidence of SRHR services? I'll give an example. There's a time when Parliament wanted to make contraceptives available to young people. And I remember the Deputy Speaker said, we don't want to encourage young people to have sex. Does it always follow that if you make contraceptives available, young people are going to have sex even more? Why?
No, I feel like, yes, there are incidences where having sex is a forced act, but the choice, yes, but the choice to have sex will entirely depend on the two people having sex. If one party doesn't want, I kid you not, they will not have the sex. But if they choose to, they will. Whether they are 16, 70, 30, like it comes down to, I make that choice. Whether in the moment or pre-moment, I make that choice. So me having contraceptive or not does not influence my choice. Yeah.
So does anyone know? Thank you so much, Chris J. Does anyone know what the average age that young people in Uganda are having sex is? The first time that young people are having sex in Uganda is? Anyone? Can you guess? 13?
I think I read somewhere they said girls, it's around 10, and then boys around 15.
Anyone else have a different view?
I want to say something about what she was talking about.
Yes.
I think it's a more complex
Yeah.
scenario. I want you to think about this in a different perspective. Gun violence. If we give people guns to protect themselves, will we have more gun violence or people will be safer? But if they don't have, currently we don't have guns, but people are still killing each other. So I don't know what is the right approach to this, because if we give people contraceptives,
does that mean they will have more sex?
No, it doesn't mean they will have no sex, but they will also have sex because they have contraceptives.
So they will have.
No, I don't know.
Maybe they will have safer.
Because
Ahmed, do you think they will have safer sex as a result?
No. Let's go back to the gun thing.
No.
America.
Don't take us to America. I knew why you were going there.
It's confusing me.
I don't know. I have a response for you in America. You check out Switzerland. Switzerland has the highest number of per capita ownership of guns in the world. I'm sure you've never heard of a mass shooting from Switzerland. No. Yes. So.
You know, we have been hearing stories.
Yes.
Where girls are more afraid of getting pregnant.
Yes.
Than
having sex.
Than contracting HIV. So when we give them contraceptives, I think they'll be happy to have sex freely.
But contraceptives include condoms, right? That also prevent HIV. Right? So the reason I ask this is, again, we know our young people are having sex. The average age of sexual debut, the first time any Ugandan has sex, and this includes you, but I'm not going to ask you, is 17 years. So they're still children. But by the time they are 18, a significant portion of girls will have had sex for the first time. I think about 25% by the time they're 18. Whether or not we provide them with contraceptives, whether or not we provide them with the information they need to protect themselves from HIV, whether or not we provide them with the information that is required for them to safeguard themselves. So, again, the reason I'm asking this, and I do not want you to say, oh, we don't know any of these things. Of course, I know that it is incumbent upon you as journalists to put these facts out, but the framing is also important. Yes, say Solomon.
No, I just wanted to just do a +1 on that. Restrictive SRHR laws, whether they reduce incidents of SRHR services. Let me just speak specifically to abortion. One would wonder if we, and I've covered the abortion story so many times, there's this story that I did which was focusing on the politics of abortion and the law. I was still attending TV at that time, and I went to Parliament. And I asked different members of Parliament about what they thought about having a law on abortion. And many of them, and I presented the data that one, there are unsafe abortions happening, and data from government authorities. Two, that people are dying as a result of unsafe abortions, and the numbers are clear. And I gave the evidence, and many of them were saying, but bringing this law would mean that young people will have more sex because they have a latitude to go and commit abortions. Now, many of them would say, they would give examples like, oh, I'm a Christian. Yes, I see the numbers, but I'm a Christian.
Yes.
I'm a born-again Christian, or I'm a Muslim. It's haram. But when the evidence, so it became about, it was a question of morality versus reality. And I asked, so where do you draw the balance between morality and reality? But let me just go back to the question you asked. If we had abortion laws in this country, would they increase the number of abortions committed?
Yeah.
I think we can pick evidence from countries that have passed these laws in the past. There's a lot of literature and studies that have been conducted in different countries that have abortion laws, like spaces where people go and get
a walk-in clinic.
They get a walk-in clinic. You know what is really interesting about this country? That we have laws against abortion, but we have a budget for post-abortion care.
Yes.
Mulago Hospital, many of you should investigate this. In the budget framework paper presented by the Ministry of Health, there is a budget that is allocated for post-abortion care to support women who have had unsafe abortions to come and get services in terms of post-abortion care. And then you get to think, okay, why are we even putting that in our budget?
Yes.
But there are significant laws, there are significant studies that have been conducted in different countries that have passed laws, and indeed these studies speak to, that they do not increase demand for abortion.
Yes.
There are studies that have talked about how these laws can actually reduce maternal mortality and deaths.
From unsafe abortion?
From
yes.
unsafe abortion. So for me, really answering the question of, when we have laws that provide for safe clinical abortion,
yes,
will it increase the demand or the incidence of abortion cases in Uganda? I think that coming from a researcher who I am, I love to believe in evidence presented through an academic paper. And there are zillions of papers that have been produced on that. So in my view, no.
And it's a good point that you mentioned about the budget on post-abortion care. We lose a lot of money in dealing with post-abortion care complications. So a woman or a girl has had an unsafe abortion, then they end up in Mulago with sepsis, with kidney failure, with this, with that, right? And so we then have to spend more treating the complications than we would have spent on if we had provided a safe abortion. So we need to take this conversation away from the realm of morality, but also bring it into the realm of economics. Does it make economic sense, what Solomon has just told us, that to spend more on post-abortion care than we would on making safe and legal abortion accessible? I think in Kenya, in Kenya, they did a study, and I think, and I'm not sure, someone can Google for me, but I think the study found that the country's public health system spends about either $2 or $20 million treating complications from unsafe abortion. I'm not sure whether it's 2 or 20, but you can find it.
You know, I'm just looking at a study that speaks that Uganda spends an estimate of $13.9 million annually on post-abortion care. It includes both direct medical costs and medical expenses like overhead and infrastructure. The cost per patient for post-abortion care in Uganda is approximately $131 per person.
$131. Do you know how much a combi pack costs? How much Mife and Mise costs? Does anyone know? They made the pills for abortion. About 150,000. 150,000. Yes, contraception is 7,000. So we spend a lot to undo the damage that we would otherwise have prevented. And part of the reason why we're not seeing this, and as again Solomon has ably demonstrated, is that our leaders, our parliamentarians, but also part of us in this room, we are stuck on seeing this issue as primarily a moral issue. And it is costing us $13 million per year. That's a lot of money. You've seen the road that you came on. That's a lot of money. And this is a very high net worth area. So the money you're paying in taxes is going to Mulago to treat post-abortion care complications. I think I'll skip, but maybe we could discuss a bit about this. So these are two women. I would like to know what you see and what you think when you see those photos. What do you see and what do you think immediately you see these photos in relation to SRHR?
So social inequality in regards to access. So naturally what I would think is that the woman on my farthest right has more access to things like antenatal care, financial support, compared to the woman on my left.
Thank you, Janice. She said that this woman is likely to have access to antenatal compared to this one, right? Yeah, it's a plain picture, subject to as many interpretations as there are people in this room, right? Anyone else? Especially those who are disagreeing. Please don't keep quiet. You have your chance. I had
Jacob.
I'll look at the similarities. I am seeing two happy mothers.
Mothers? She's not yet a mother.
Expecting mother.
What I see is the woman with the baby, she's very happy with her one child. I think the other one will have more.
Why? There was a hand here. That's true.
My observation is the teen is living in poverty, and this.
It's a teen.
Yeah, that's a young woman. She is. Yeah. Me, I see a young woman. I see a young woman who is living in poverty. She's pregnant, and probably that may not even be her her only child so far. This woman is older. What we call slightly older woman, but she's slightly older with a happy, healthy child, living a luxurious life. Even the child has a piggy bank. Eh? So she's even saving. So I think it's a whole point of selling selling this life rather than the other one.
Okay, that's good. The woman on the left is smiling, is happy. What does that tell you anything? She's content, eh? Which guys? So, yeah, the reason I raise this, oh, there's a hand, eh? The smiling for the camera does not mean you're happy. So both of them could be unhappy. Both of them could be terribly unhappy. Doreen?
Yes, I think that rural women rarely have.
What tells you she's a rural woman?
Okay, the heart.
Why? Why do you assume?
structure.
Why do you assume it's in a rural area?
The structure of
It
the
could
house.
be in a Kampala slum.
That is still a rural area.
No, it's not.
But my point was, I feel, okay, let's say people, I still feel it's a rural area,
Yeah.
do not have maternity shootouts,
Yeah.
like women who are more exposed. So I feel like he said she might be just smiling for the camera. I don't think it was an intentional photo.
Okay. Fred?
Okay, so I've been thinking really about these two photos. One, I see a smile on both ends. So irrespective of where you are, a smile can always come. What comes to mind is it doesn't matter your status, it doesn't matter where you're located, there needs to be something that makes every mother or every woman where they are smile.
Yes.
So meaning whether a woman is in the village or a woman is in town or a woman is in the studio or she's back at home, their conditions must be elevated to make them smile at every place.
Yeah. So you've gone really hard on the interpretation of the smile. Ahmed, lastly?
I want to change my stand. I think giving birth made these women happy. Or having children is exciting for these two women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see that we come to this topic with biases. You've seen a photo, there's no caption, there is no nothing, and you've interpreted it the way you feel is right. But as we began, as I started, there are facts that should guide some of these interpretations. I can't tell you that I remember where I got the photos. And I can't tell you what they were about. But it's an exercise that I like to use because, again, for media people, our views on SRHR, our views on reproductive justice are very, very much about perception. What you put out is how society views itself. So it is very, very important because these images, these looks might be deceiving. You know, for all you know, there could have been a gun to her head behind the camera telling her to smile. We don't know that. But it is important that we move beyond those biases. First, we have to recognize them. And it's a good thing that at the beginning some of us recognize and says, yes, this and this, but my feeling is ABCD. Do those feelings then get in the way of how you report these stories? Okay? I was asked to talk about global politics. I'll just put one small slide about USAID and move. So we've all heard of USAID, USAID, which is the US Agency for International Development. Elon Musk said the USAID was losing a lot of money, and it was costing American taxpayers a lot. It is 1% of the entire federal budget. 1%. And that's as recently as 2023. But USAID did not necessarily have a good start. USAID began in 1965 And it was begun as an agency that was decided to funnel money to Africa and the global south, essentially to control our population. So it began as an anti-population growth initiative because the US was worried that we would use up all the resources and they wouldn't be able to keep growing economically. So the USAID, and this is something that is not really talked about a lot, it has a very, very dark history. And we have, with my colleagues at Afya na Haki, we have written a paper saying the USAID might have gone, but who's going to be accountable? Who's going to be accountable for the very bad things they did at the beginning? Al Jazeera ran a story, I think about 2 weeks ago, in which they describe how in India, the USAID funded the Indian government to forcibly sterilize 8 million men in the country in a period of about 2 years. 8 million. So if you were, I think, 17 and above, right, and had no children, they would take these men. You can Google it. They would take these men, take them to camps. So the way you see camps with tents and what, and forcefully have vasectomies conducted on them. That's how USAID started. Today, it is the backbone of the reproductive health sector within global health, but we rarely ever talk about this, the ugly, you know? And again, it goes back to perception. The Americans have been very, very, very good with portraying USAID as an instrument of American good and American soft power. I'm not saying it's not from the American people. I'm saying that when we're telling the stories, just like we're telling SRHR stories, etc., it is very, very important that we tell these stories in full, entirely. So they were spending about $600 million on family planning and SRHR work. And today, with the cutting in funds, about 1.4 million women and children are estimated at risk, will likely die in the next 1 year or so because of cuts to HIV funding, cuts to SRHR funding, cuts to all those things. Vivian, I'm done the global politics part. Yeah, because I want to focus primarily on the local context. So when we talk about reproductive justice, how many of you have heard the term? And please let me know if you feel we should take a break, a 5-10 minute break, and then we come back. I'm halfway through the slides. Should we take a break? We continue? Working tea? Working tea is fine. Yeah, and the tea is over there. Yeah, it's your first time, eh? So Vivian, you'll guide me. So, reproductive justice. A lot of our work on SRHR has sort of tended to focus on here, the right not to have a child. Eh? So that's where we focus on the condoms, the contraceptives, abortion, etc., 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 isn't it? But reproductive justice says, no, someone should also have a right to have a child. Yes, you should have a right to have a child. Do you know what this means? I'll give an example. How many antenatal care visits do you think the WHO recommends, the World Health Organization recommends? You see? I had someone whisper 8. So there was 4 here. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Rose. Don't be worried.
But I'm not sure
Yeah, when I'm editing you in the newsroom, I'll be strict. But here it's okay. Let's discuss.
I think it depends on whether you have maternity insurance that covers antenatal or not. That will determine how many times you go. I think there should be 12. There should be 12 because looking at the prenatal, and then actual giving birth, and then post. They should be 12, the 9 months, then 12 in total.
Why the one whispering 8? I didn't say 8. I said someone whispered 8. Was it? So you've Googled. Vivian, you've Googled, isn't it?
No, I haven't, but I'm a veteran mother.
Yeah.
So I know so.
Yeah. The WHO recommends a minimum of 8 antenatal care visits. How many do you think Ugandan mothers on average get?
Which mother are we talking about?
The average Ugandan mother. Are they an average? They do 3, eh?
All I know is the government health centers have about 4 where they all come and what. But a mother told me that after that whole general happiness, you're supposed to have the like one-on-one. I am not sure. I have not been a mother before. But there is that whole, the other like follow-ups are supposed to be individual, but normally, Muntu Wansi will not get the 8, but they will go for the general happiness, and then they will go for those medicines for malaria and the ones for blood.
It's way less than 8. In the Mulago case that Sehad litigated, that Sehad went to court for, where a woman gave birth to twins and they gave her only one, that woman had only been to antenatal care twice throughout the duration of the pregnancy. 2 out of 8. So how does that affect her right to have a child? But not just that, it also includes the right to parent or raise these children in sustainable communities. I'll give an example. For those of us, I don't stay in Chira myself, but for those of us who stay and live in this area, you've seen the dust on the road, right? Children are playing outside and inhaling all manner of fumes. Kampala air is extremely deadly, as I think the Daily Monitor and others have been pointing out recently. Is that sustainable? Is that whatever way to raise a child in sustainable and conducive environment? It's not. So part of the challenge that we've had in this space, especially as people, yes, Solomon.
This is the first time I'm hearing this. Yeah. Imagine for the time I've come at SRHR. So SRHR also includes the right to have children.
Yes, the right to have a child.
And the right to parent.
And the right to parent them, to parent or raise them in sustainable communities.
Wow. So just to plainly speaking, so HR has the contraceptives, the safe abortions, but it also has women antenatal. They also have like conversations around women who can't give birth, but how they are supported, IVF, all that is sexual reproductive health.
And we actually also,
oh, interesting. Yeah, so, sorry, I'm shocked, like, yeah.
And we actually often miss out the sexual component in sexual and reproductive health and rights. The right to have safe sex, the right to enjoy sex. SRHR begins with sexual. So the challenge that we've had in this space is the over-focus on this. And this is primarily because of, Vivian, I'll mention it again, global politics. We are getting a lot of money from outside funders whose interest is in here. But we're also not doing enough to compel our governments to put emphasis here and to put emphasis here.
Why is there enormous funding in that area? Is it to control?
That's a good question. That's a good question. You'll go back to the said slide. Small countries with very small populations, Japan, Norway, Sweden, etc. They are very small populations, but they're putting a lot of money on contraception, on abortion, on what. And in the 1990s, there was a term that was coined for them, they called them the population establishment, designed to keep the populations of Africa, India, and China at a certain level. We can have a Bilateral, yeah.
I mean, this is the first time we're having such conversation.
Yeah.
I really love what I'm hearing.
So we don't focus here. For us, we say, because in Africa, our culture is having children, we don't care how many antenatal care visits. The nutrition element, IVF, etc., etc. And this is I would say it is an original scene in this space. But it also includes the right to parent and raise these children in sustainable communities. And I was given an example of the Kampala in which we live today, how polluted the air is. Do we see that as an SRHR issue? No. For us, we are on morality. Morality. Everything is morality. People should not have sex, full stop. What about what about women who are outside the reproductive age bracket? They're having sex. What about the elder men? They're having sex, right? All of us are living longer thanks to advances in science, but we are not addressing what will happen to us after we get out of that age bracket, that 15 to 49 year age bracket. It's morality, morality. So, reproductive justice is about those three. The right to have a child, the right to parent and raise those children in sustainable communities, and should you decide, the right not to have a child. And all those should be supported and spoken about equally. I'll stop there and ask if there are any questions. I'm going to sit down after a while, so I'll require someone to move the mic.
Thank you. I just have something to. Okay, I'm curious. Where did we go wrong?
Who is we?
The African people, especially as regards to this area of SRH. Where do we go wrong? That is my first question. And why I ask that question is, we seem to be getting this idea of starting to take care of this sector or this very instrumental area of our lives just by being showed it to us by these foreigners. That is one. Number two, how do we Africanize this? How do we, many of us go away and we're carrying a certain model. And I think in this convention here, probably it should give birth to a new model of understanding, evaluating, teaching, and probably putting it into the economic sense. Because once that model is there, it will become very easy. Because everybody thinks actually this is a revenue model for this country, yet it is even bringing us more expenses. Yeah, so I just wanted to throw that to you, and I think this is really nice. I would love maybe to see this even at a higher level, discussing it, but I request that you, as the institution that is spearheading this, please design a model for us.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Fred. Is Ahmed?
Yeah, I know there is a lot of data that is going to maybe contradict, but there is also a lot of data that would support me. There is something called biodiversity hypnosis. It is where if you get you get exposed to microbes, viruses, and all of these things, your immune system becomes stronger. So our mothers grew up exposed to these things. We grew up exposed to these things. Sometimes that antenatal doesn't make sense in the African perspective. We have very many things that we get exposed to, chogero, vichi. They make us stronger. So, maybe there is another angle to that too.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's another hand over there. Hey, that's good.
Nimrod, thank you for your presentation. at least one of my takeaways from your presentation is the under reproductive justice is the right to have a child. As you've said that we focused more not the having to having, so that is one of the things I've taken out from your presentation. And then when you're beginning, you asked us globally how many women die as a result of unsafe abortions.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that I didn't know the global aspect. But when it comes to Uganda, from the statistics I'm seeing from Ministry of Health, it's not about the how many that die. I'm looking at how many carry out abortions. And I'm looking at, it's 2,000, it's 2,092,000, that's annually. And out of those, it is estimated that daily 800 abortions are carried out in Uganda. And half of those are procured using crude methods. So I just wanted to make that correction.
Yeah.
They are not 8,000, they are 800 daily. And safe ones.
800,000?
No.
800.
800.
Yes. 800, yes. And 400 are unsafe. Yeah.
I just had a +1, but on what my brother Yugaman said,
Yeah.
I would love from this conversation that we start a conversation around the the decolonization of the SRHR narrative. You know what I mean? Because many of us think that SRHR is a Western-centric ideology. How can we Africanize sexual reproductive health and rights, and therefore lead narratives as media influencers, as journalists? What are those things that our forefathers used to do that support these things? And how can we tell the SRHR story through the African lens, through our cultural backgrounds, through our folklore, through our poems, through how do we decolonize the SRHR story from a Western-centric to an Afrocentric way of telling stories? You know what I mean? There's deep conversations happening globally around decolonization of the academia. Decolonization of journalism, for example. One of the persons I talked to earlier this week is a professor at a certain university in Canada, and they're trying to say we can do research not based on what you think is research, but based on what we as Africans think is research. We are storytellers. We pass on knowledge from our forefathers to us. So for you to take us through what you consider are the bare minimums of academic research may not speak to what we think actually is knowledge generation. Yeah. So there's this whole conversation around decolonization and our story. It's time for us to tell our story in a certain way we tell it without having to wear any lenses. So for me, I think going back to how can we have that lens, the African lens to that?
Those are very, 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 very heavy observations. And we are trying to do that at Afya na Haki, you know? Decolonization and Afrocentrism are very much a part of how we view some of these things. And it's part of the reason why we are discovering the things that we're discovering, and we're trying to retell these stories in that way. And I think that it's a good thing that Vivian has brought us here together, because that is part of the conversation. That is part of ensuring that journalists, you are all seated in influential spaces, in influential media houses, with the power to challenge, to shape narratives. And it is important, as we said at the beginning, for you to cut through the forest of untruths and get to the facts. One of the things we do at Ahaki, especially as Solomon has mentioned, when we want to tell the African story, is to go back to see how some communities used to do it, right? So these are two examples from South Africa. One is about how young men would be educated around sex and sexuality. And then the second is again on the same thing. So I'll maybe we can read together. I'll share the slides. This is from a paper that was written in 1950. 1950. This is from a paper that was written in 2005. So in 1950, this gentleman was writing about pre-initiation, and he was saying that boys enjoy relative freedom with the girls, while total abstinence at that time is expected of them in sexual matters. Those who had violated that rule and seduced girls were taken severely to task, in which case, reprimanded and told, with a very... When such a one bleeds profusely after the operation, that boy who has had sex before initiation, they would torment him and say it is the blood of women. And they were called names in many indirect ways and reminded of their bad behavior. Among those, it is a boy who has impregnated a girl who is the subject of severe ill treatment. Again, they did not want to get pregnant, and this explains why abortion in some societies was prevalent. They did not want to get pregnant, and that boy is overburdened with nicknames that have reference to a lover of women. It is to such a one that the cruel practice of pressing his fingers between small sticks would be applied. So that was the punishment. It wasn't throwing people in jail. It wasn't, This is very, very interesting. So this comes from a paper that was written on an AIDS journal in 2005. Again, you can see the sources they're citing, 1940, 1948. And they're saying that children learned about the mechanics of sex from very early on and sexually explicit games. They're not saying they had sex. Let me first finish. Is that okay? Oh, okay. Oh, you're on what? Okay. Teenage boys and girls discussed the proprieties and the rituals of sexuality within their age grades. They could seek advice in sexual matters from their uncles, aunties, and grandparents. This is where it gets interesting. Teenage sexual exploration was seen as natural and healthy. It was encouraged as long as it stopped short of full intercourse. In many Southern African societies, a form of non-penetrative thigh sex was accepted practice for married youths. And although there were strict rules around custodial rights, sex itself was not severely rule-bound. In other words, sexual misconduct, this is what I was saying, sexual misconduct outside of marriage usually drew attention only once it resulted in pregnancy. So the idea that Africa is socially conservative, is sexually conservative, is a very recent phenomena. Very, very recent. Not more than, I think, less than 100 years old. And this is for a continent that has been around for thousands of years. For communities that have been around for thousands of years. Yes, Jacob. Yes, Chris.
First of all, okay, let me first not go this side because this was confusing. Yeah, the bad behavior and everything. As a Christian, I see it differently. But also about the reproductive justice. The whole thing about sex. From my field I come from, I've played sport. Girls do not want to, girls have sex, but they will, I won't kuba wairiza because I don't know them. They will prevent pregnancy at every cost. Because bro, the moment you're pregnant, you're not coming on that team. You're not as productive as you would be. The moment you give birth, your body can, like you need to work 10 times like me, who hasn't. Yes. So you will find, we have a slang, we call it the sexual network. You'll find a sexual network in the whole what? But no one wants to get pregnant. And my concern was the fact that it's a choice made because of something we want to achieve. Like the choice of not having kids, eh? Is it now reproductive justice? Where does it enter from?
You have the right not to have a child. And no one should ask for any explanation from you.
But I think we, okay. Auntie, that's why I'm saying I think I'm lost. Because the way it's stating, there is a right to have a child and right not to have a child. I've seen people want to have a child but choose not to have a child because of something they are chasing. Yes. So,
But you have the right not to have a child. Should you decide to have a child, then government must make sure that all the conditions necessary are available for you. And after you have that child, you must be able to parent and raise those children in safe and sustainable communities. So it works almost as a loop. You can start from here. You don't want for a while. You come here. You want, and then you go here. And each one of these has several conditions. I'll give an example. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
yeah.
I'll give an example. So in the, okay, there are not so many lawyers, but I'm sure you'll have interacted with some of these things. This includes the right to make sure that there is contraception, there is comprehensive sexuality education for both, right, contraception, but also that where a person has had an unintended pregnancy or a pregnancy as a result of rape or incest, that they do not have to carry that child. And that imposes obligations on government and on society. Okay? Should you decide to have a child, it also imposes certain obligations on government and on society. We talked about antenatal care. We talked about ensuring that when you go to hospital, one, that the hospitals are there. Two, that also the roads are done in such a way that a woman who is being transported to hospital does not, as a result, deliver on the way in unsafe conditions, right? The hospitals are there, the medical workers are there. In Uganda, there is one medical worker, there's one doctor for every 20,000 people. And I think the recommended ratio is, I think 1 for 5,000, I'm not sure. One doctor for 20,000 people, right? So all these affect your right to have a child, should you decide. After you've had those children, you need to parent and raise them in sustainable communities. That includes environmental issues, the dust that we see. That includes education, UPE. Okay, that includes the nutrition. How much is government allocating for those capitation grants in schools? I think it's 6,000 shillings per day. What can it buy today? It's not per day, per child. Per child, yes. Yes. Per month. So what can 25,000 do for someone a child that is what, 5 and above? And we have to make sure that as we are telling these stories, we are linking everything that is going on around us, right? Sexual and reproductive health is very, very much a political issue. as Solomon has pointed out. Parliamentarians do not understand these things. Why do we keep sending them? Why do we keep sending them back? It is an economic issue. The amount of money that is spent on post-abortion care. And as the US has ably demonstrated for them, it is a national security issue. We cannot continue keeping it closeted or ring-fenced as simply immoral. I don't like it, therefore no one should do it. That's obviously not working. Okay? So that's what reproductive justice is about. Anyone else have questions around this? Yes, Fred.
My question is actually prompted by her response to the whole thing of reproductive justice. I think there is need to stand on two sides. One, there is need to justify what the person who does not want to have a child, what does it make them become and what makes it relevant for them. Because I have been reading some reports also, for example, the developed world, where becoming pregnant is now a very huge disadvantage in terms of jobs and in terms of the recovery process. And she mentioned it because now I can imagine to the sports fraternity, that's one of a very, very, very big issue. And until people have a right way to go about it, and maybe probably to have a career where someone can say, oh, I'll do it for 10 years, then after 10 years, will you still have the eggs? Will you still have all these things? So I feel like you need a lawyer, this side, to help those that say, I don't want to have a child now. But then, what is the safest period for you to have a child? For example, if you have been pushed by a job, or you're pursuing a career, or probably your husband is in Uganda and you're going to be working in Switzerland, for how long can you wait? If not, where can we store our eggs?
What's your word, you said? Later, you add what? That thing. Add a letter, right? And that thing I want to add on that is, even after you have a child, the support system to help you recover in Uganda is not there. Number two, our society demands a lot from women. Even when you're pursuing a lot, you'll have a family that is asking you, when are you settling down? When are you giving birth? Those things you're doing are for men. So you're under the pressure of, I want to achieve the best of my abilities in this field, but then there is the back. Then when you give birth, I'll give an example of one of our basketballers, Flavia Okecho. When she gave birth, it took her like 3 years to recover, but she had a support system. Guys in the US, in the Western world, can take just months, because for them they have not just the support system of family, but the support system of the government and everything to help them come back. So how do you help a young girl who has both cultural pressure, biological clock, and a dream?
So that's a very, very good way of, as you mentioned, contextualizing this discussion, right? The obligations of government, the obligations on society to make sure that we support, as society, we support women and girls, to go through those phases. I beg to continue because I'm halfway, and I think I'm left with 30 minutes. But we can continue having this discussion even after, even during lunchtime. So the reason why I brought these slides was to sort of demonstrate to you, again, the nuances that are involved in how we view sex and sexuality. African societies were not always conservative. right? They weren't always conservative. And the reason today it's you often hear people saying, oh, we can't do this and that, African culture, African morals. That is not backed up by evidence. And as journalists, as media people, it is your role to make sure that you challenge those narratives. Do not go with them when, I can say we're online, Vivian, but I'm sure you'll protect me. When the Speaker of Parliament comes and says, we are pushing this and that to protect African values and morals, question it. Look beyond the surface, question it, ask, but is it really African? When we're sending girls away because they're pregnant from school, knowing that only 8% of those girls are going to come back, is that good for them? You know, ask and question those narratives. So this I will not. I'm concluding. So framing abortion, framing SRHR, using only a reproductive rights framework alone, but even then, looking at it only from an angle of not having children, is very problematic because it ignores the social relationships that affect how women make those reproductive decisions. And as Grace J has been pointing out. In many cases, even in countries where women have the right to abort, they do not terminate pregnancies because they have the right. No. There's a study that was done in South Africa and Zambia, and it said the factors that affected women deciding to keep a child or not to keep a child were marriage, the mothering relationship, the relationship with the man responsible for pregnancy, and social relationships. It was Janice who mentioned those nuances. So take it out of how we understand it, the moral aspect, that moral angle. Okay? So when we argue, so the authors are saying, speaking to reproductive justice means we have to use a language that resonates or that addresses all those relationships. Okay? So I think I'm about to conclude and I'll take more questions. I think I have until midday, right, Vivian? Yeah. So it was Fred who asked, how do we develop a framework? At African Haki, we do have a framework where we're telling these stories, the positive African narratives. We are working with regional bodies, the African Union, the African community, and all those others. We're also working with organizations such as ACWJ, African organizations, to make sure that those narratives change. And we are also relying on individuals who are doing that research that we saw earlier to make sure that these narratives come. But the takeaways that I would want you to keep from that discussion, the first, as we saw at the beginning, is it is important to probe your biases. We are all biased one way or the other. And it is important, one, to know, two, to acknowledge them, all right? So probe your biases. Reject lazy narratives. African values, African culture, African values are against this, African cultures. Those are very, very, very lazy narratives. Abortions are unsafe, very lazy narratives. They are, you need to be able to unlearn and relearn, and where necessary, fact check. It is important to know your stuff. So some of the questions I was asking, are abortions safe compared to pregnancy? How many women die compared, the facts are there. And if you're going to be in this space, it is important to know those things. The third one is important, the binary. That if you are pro-abortion, you are pro-death. If you are against abortion, you're pro-life. That is not how things work. There is a lot of work that we can do in that gray area. That it is not always either or, especially in this space. And it is always important to provide context. So for instance, what is the economic cost of not providing abortion care in Uganda? $13 million. Why? Why are we allowing $13 million and not raising as much noise as we do say about corruption when $13 million every year is spent on post-abortion care services that could be otherwise avoided? And for those of you who, I know some of you have walked this journey already, some of you are walking this journey, you need to be prepared to be unpopular. This is not an easy thing to talk about. And I know many of you are, in one way or the other, unpopular in this context. But it is vital to center Afrocentric and African voices. Listen to those for whom these issues are a daily or lived reality. When I was asking about how many women, the recommended number of antenatal care visits versus how many women actually go for antenatal care visits. For many women, they don't even get to 3. They get, as you mentioned, the general happiness one, and that is it. And the next time they see a doctor is when they are giving birth. What risks does that carry? Okay? And always remember the human faces, that there are human beings behind these narratives. When Monitor ran its story about abortion merchants, it did well with, sort of portraying this through the stories that they were telling. So it is not, even as I have been throwing out statistics at you, there are human beings who every day this is a struggle. So thank you so much. I'll stop here. I feel like I've spoken forever. I'll take questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have an experience, a hard one. I'm going to be so transparent. You talked about the $13 million that is spent for post-abortion care. I am a victim of abortion. I don't know whether it was safe or unsafe, but when the baby was 4 months, but I just found myself bleeding. When I went to the hospital, I've heard you speaking about the 150,000 shillings for the pills of abortion. But there is another process of abortion that you people have not talked about, the real abortion, where they use those tools to remove whatever they are removing in your fetus, in the womb. Yes, in the hospital. That process is more painful than giving birth itself. So I think these conversations should be around, fine, the preventive measures, but the process of abortion, it is a painful one. Secondly, this is about the culture context or perception. A man is allowed to have even 80 children from whichever how many women they wish to. But a woman, if you have 3 children or 4 from 2 fathers, it's already too much. Did God create women and men differently? Of course, yes, we came out of men. But if we keep speaking about human rights, equality, gender sensitivity, how come if a man is more huge?
The cultural thing, control pill for men. Yet, ideally, if you want to stop all this happening, make a birth control pill and give it to men and see. Yeah. You know, what's interesting is that, no, they're working on it. What's interesting is that when Roe v. Wade was overturned in the US, doctors, urologists who work on vasectomies saw working in, we continue to teach young people how to have, one, safe sex, how to also access these services once they're pregnant. I think there's a very big knowledge gap there that we need to address. So I may not answer your questions, all of them, Serena, but yeah, I'll stop at that.
Thank you. I just have two things that I want to speak to. Number one, by the way, this is very insightful. Whoever thought about organizing this, I am telling you, I think we need to clap for you firsthand. I am a father of two. I have been in media since 2013, written and shared content on digital platforms. I have not in any way found a discussion as resourceful as this. Yeah, and to that context, I know we are many here, but because I have organizations that I'm affiliated to, we actually think we can be able to advance this to a very, very high level, because I know also we've been lacking knowledge in this area. There's a lot of misconception. Even when it comes to abortions, people think it's unheard of. People think it's so alien, it's so backward, yet it's a way of choice. So I really want to thank you for that. Now, my other point is this. You said you have a model at the organization, and I think that's very beautiful. But then I also want to implore you as the institution that you now have the knowledge that the society needs. There needs to be a funnel on how that knowledge is going to be delivered. And why do I say that? One of the challenges we have, I'm so happy that we had Sarah, the AI. One of the advantages we have today is the fact that artificial intelligence, once you have the information, it can be delivered. So my ask is, if that information is there, can we deploy? Probably, because like for us who are in the tech world, we can actually be able to support on that. But at the end of the day, let's have a milestone. For example, I have not been to the institution, but I would love to know what your 10-year plan is. Yeah, so because I know in debunking narratives in changing society, I am a student of Lee Kuan Yew, and I have studied what Singapore did to become what they are today. They left nothing to guesswork. From the police to the schools to everything, including the number of trees in the cities. That's where we need to get to. The conversation needs to be more serious, and it must have benchmarks. 10 years, ACW, and, Afia and Haki, we come back and say, look, 13 million girls now have a right. And out of them, maybe 7 million girls now have bank accounts because they can work. Then the last one, teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy is too confusing that you need to have maybe a special program to guide the parents and the girls themselves. Because most of the times when it happens, the choice is no longer on the girl. The choice is in the hands of the parent. The parent of the boy, sometimes they want that pregnancy to be terminated. The girl's parents are even more worried that terminating it may cause death for the girl. So there is a lot of confusion around that. And many of them now decide to just go the whole way and give birth to very helpless babies. The mother is helpless, and the situation is in dire need in society. So I think teenage pregnancies need to be given a spotlight in this whole thing that you've actually discussed, because we've talked about the both ends, but the teenage pregnancies there is a very key issue. So thank you very much. Vivian, please, thank you for organizing this, because me, I know as a father, if I'm changed, and as a person that has been on media, I'll be honest with you, I've done some work with the USAID. I never understood what this SRH thing is all about. Till today, that's when now I'm actually realizing that, oh, I should have known this 10 years ago. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Vivian, and Janice, and everyone. So, yeah, thank you so much, Fred, for that. Any other comments, reflections? Brian?
And thoughts, maybe even imaginations I had in me. But most importantly, if we are looking at it, focusing on the African narrative, how are you going to exclude morality? Morality is enshrined in everything that we do, because it's like our pride as Africa, as the African culture. And from your explanation, most of the setbacks in SRHR are based on the morality, the mindset of morality. So at what point do we exclude morality so that we remain with the facts, the truth, and what has to be? I think that is something that is a bit challenging in this particular work, but it is something that has to be explored very deeply. Then the other thing is, why do we always have to first compare the colonial narrative to the African narrative before we do what we are supposed to do? Why don't we focus on presenting the facts of the African way of doing things without having to always compare to the Western, or always saying, you know, this is what these guys are saying? Can we just be revolutionary and present what was and what is supposed to be? Because we always come from the point of first knocking our foot, then we're like, oh, I need to go back to the beginning point. So I think it's very important that we stop the comparison and we say our truth and our facts, not always having to compare it against what the other people are saying. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I guess I just wanted to respond to some of the questions Mrs. Ruth highlighted. I think one of the biggest issues is as to why we constantly have a comparative analysis between the African context and the Western context is because unfortunately our histories are intertwined. And the worst bit of it is that we as a continent were not as lucky enough to have documented our history before the Western man came and then documented our history from his perspective. And that's the biggest issue we have in academia alongside other things. So many academics have tried to go back to research who African people were, but it's a roadblock because we had not yet started documenting in that particular manner. So there is constant comparative because one, we are using a white man's language. It has been deeply engraved in our culture, in how we think. The pro-choice, pro-life binary is a Western concept. And so we have unconsciously slipped into their particular ideologies without necessarily saying we are pro-African. I went to an all pro-African institution, and even then you saw so many nuanced things about individuals failing to find their own identity outside a foreign identity. I think that's the first respond to that particular question. So that we can't create our own frameworks, just that it's a little bit more difficult given that particular context. The other question was on, I think, teenagers, is it? Yes. As a society, in my opinion, this could be a cultural thing. There is a tendency to want to protect the child, which is okay. But at the same time, in the bid to try to protect a child, we have created systems around trying to control how they act, behave, speak, walk, or even sound like. And in that particular narrative, it's a conversation I constantly have with my parents. Where do you draw the line between controlling a child and guiding them? And this has been deeply rooted in sayings like, mukadde magezi, masogo mukulu awadugulawe walaba, all those very nuanced sayings, which are true to a particular extent. And then we are having a whole society whereby the generational gap does not allow us to have these particular conversations, and that just becomes very complicated. I've grown up to become to this point, but I've never had an SRHR conversation with my father. If it was all in school, and that's where we had all this information. So the parental involvement in sexual reproductive health and rights is often excluded, in my opinion, and that is also like a huge factor in why there's a huge gap in parental communication or societal communication with SRHR issues. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Janice. And yes? Yeah. Think about.
I mean, I was simply saying we need to expand the conversation beyond the teens. The way we have sold SRHR in Uganda is that we have focused on the teenagers, and we are forgetting the broader picture. And every time we talk about SRHR, we're talking of abortion. Yeah. So I was saying that we need to think beyond that and present it differently. Then on the issue of our cultures being intertwined with the Western world, that is already done, the damage is done, but how do we use the platform to fund what we want to fund? Yeah. So I was simply commenting, I wasn't asking. Thank you.
Sorry, before Jacob comes in, I'll give you the chance to speak last, and then, because my time is up, I'd just like to address the comment you made on morality. I think we need to work with morality, but also maybe reframe it and ask ourselves, is it okay for so many hundreds of thousands of women to die? Is it moral for us to allow thousands of women to die because of complications from, say, unsafe abortion, or complications from pregnancies that that could have been prevented? I think that a lot of what we understand to be, because morality also changes. At some point, some communities were killing twins, and that was considered moral, and now that has changed. So we can force morality to change and force things to be seen in a different light. And then I'd like to give it over to Jacob. Thank you so much for participating. Usually
Yes, fortunately or unfortunately, I am a student in journalism, and that is why I feel like one way or the other, this gets to me. Yes, you picked something out of my mind. You picked my mind when you talked about morality, and then she compared that to, I think, the Western world and the African world, and then I wanted to make it local. In Uganda, we have over 50 tribes or something, or 50 languages. Now, the Baganda kneel when they greet, and the Banyankore don't. So it is immoral for a Muganda woman to not kneel while greeting, and the Munyankore woman, it is normal. So what does that mean? We are not always going to be on the same page on things. But for the greater good, just like in journalism, the normative journalism kind of way states that Solomon Serwanja cannot privately investigate a matter. They have to always state they are journalists before they carry out any journalistic work. If that was the case, and if we stayed on that lane, would Serwanja have exposed, let's say, human trafficking that is happening? Now, when it is exposed, does the government gain? Yes, it does. Did what Serwanja do, does it? It does. Was it a good thing according to the norms? No, it wasn't. So sometimes we have to look at the greater good rather than what we initially believe in as individuals in order to have these things work. Otherwise, we will not have anything go ahead. And then again, one final thing is the people that decide and make laws for this country. What is the criteria for making those laws? I mean, if let's say I go into parliament right now, does that automatically mean I should be deciding for the country? Is it the right thing? It definitely isn't, and it has been proven 1,000,000 times. So how do we go about that? Firstly, they are the people that control any change that might come into place. So let's say me and you want to change that. We cannot. And then if we get into a position where we can, we still can't because of the few numbers that we have against the people that believe in certain things. So the whole question is, how do we go around all these issues? Because it is more than one person, it is more than a group of 10 people. It is a broader spectrum of things. So how do we go about it?
Thank you, Jacob. And on that note, I think on the questions that Jacob has asked, I would beg that you let me stop here. Those are questions that you can reflect on. But no, I'm out of time. We could keep going. But I'm happy for the engagement. I'm happy for your participation. Do we? No, I know we do have people online, but do we have questions? We do? Vivian, I beg. Okay, it's okay. We can take a few questions online. No questions? Okay. So thank you once again. I'll be around for the rest of the afternoon. In case you want to have, pardon? In case you have to have, other conversations bilaterally, but I've also learned quite a lot from you. And thank you once again, Vivian. Thank you, Janice, for organizing this and for bringing us together.
Thank you so much for that amazing session. It has been such an experience. Also my cognitive biases have been rewired. And now I think a little bit different about particular things. And to thank the audience today for engaging as part of the first session, for the delicate stories that have been shared, and to every single person in this room who has been part of us and those online. For now, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back for, I think, the last session of the day. Yes. Sorry? For the last session. Oh, the last two sessions, the last half of the day. Yes. We could use this time for those who have not yet checked in to go down and check in at the receptions. That they offer you your keys, and we're going to rest for today. And then we'll communicate where lunch and how one lunch is going to work throughout the process. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. So I've been strictly informed that the next session by Ms. Catherine Gicheru is going to be at 2 p.m. and she's very time conscious, so by 2 we should, by 1:45, yes, we should be here. in order to prep for her session because we'll have to do a few technical runs. See you all in about an hour and a half or so. Have a beautiful afternoon. Lunch will be served soon as well.
You mean we are going out once for lunch? I know, yeah. It's a bit confusing. Yeah. It's very confusing. It's 12, 11 right now. You mean we are going out for lunch?
We can talk. We can talk about it. What would you prefer? As lunch break?
So like we are back. Or is this like a working break, then we shall come back, then go for lunch?
Then go for lunch? It's 12. If we go out, we go out and come back at 1:45. Or you're saying that we step out for 10 minutes and come back,
then go for lunch.
With stepping out, like you mentioned, those that have to check in, use the few minutes now to check in, but that's before we go for lunch, and we're back in time for Catherine's session. So we're not coming back before Catherine's session.
So 1:45?
Yeah. We're back. That will be after checking in and after lunch and after.
We are in recess.
You were the first member, one of the first members.
That's typical of some people that we know. By the way, we should be able to post something when it's ready, where and where they're picking them. But it would be very much easier for them as well as
Security does it. Security customers. Very important. This is avoiding photography. Painting the color, the color ready, and I got to the car ready. Screen watch what you mean by that? What is that? Value chain. Value chain. Value chain means the levels of production, they're ensuring the quality. Katika kusema problem ni kuindo. us.
Oh, you did?
Generalizing the windows. You cannot generalize windows. No, sin kugira optimization.
You did?
I will go after work. So optimizing that means to make it function to the highest level. Katingeza kukunyola laba no no uliriza hapo silicon also They are all optimized. They are all optimized. They are all optimized. No, they are all optimized. Problem where what you do one. License that are controlling license they want controlling the one to surface and optimizing as this. But you Lexus, but you go to Toyota, and that technology we are introducing, the Mercedes-Benz name of we're going to do those first minutes. Everything. That's why all cars are moving computers. Tech is now everything. First, the car drives well, the car handles well, the car has taken more. njagala omanye kino kino njagala omanye kino But every technology that is introduced in optimizes the system. Improvements is optimization. Improvement is not optimization. No, I'm not saying the bad. Adding something is optimization. So many different people look at things. You know, introducing new technology is optimization. Take a page down in technology. And then, introduction is not optimization. So that is the point. So every section you finish, then you go the world of knowledge. Whatever you're using. She wants to multitask. She wants to multitask. She cannot do it on the iPhone, but she can function. The function of making something better.
She graduated on time. She graduated on time right away. After graduating, she got the scholarship.
So now, did I come with it? What's the purpose of introducing a pattern that is not going to perform? People don't like that. But what was the purpose of introducing? The purpose of introducing is to actually which is optimization once the patient has known always efficiency is introducing something. Efficient. Can you have efficiency? Can you have efficiency? How? By example. By example, about achieving optimization, we're going to introduce how you create optimization without introducing something new. Introducing a pattern. Without introducing any feature. Introduced a new thing. And people will not tap into that thing until they update something that is going then I get the pattern because the pattern you will
One thing at a time.
You can optimize that form without adding any features. That's what I was saying. possible kugenda ku USPC. Essaawa zino bamutadde ati ngamba essaawa zino ati eka system erimu waaw kati essaawa zino bamutadde ku seat ngamba fix it yourself kati iPhone mutasoboze fixing kati era wabirina byalina Tesla Tesla nazesigira kandi n'ogenyako ekusayirira yagikubuka system omanyira kye bagamba aba Tesla muno basobola okuoptimizinga delivering of article watu mukikyabaki kiragula bali abatawali bakiyita esemukiyita muno but geopolitics has nothing to do because it's perception. Other app stores. Because other players can the phone when they are going around the ecosystem baaliyagadde naye we bajja bazze bapuleya abo balabanga ba competitors So it has become a very big force to attract policy makers. Because look at it. That's what it means. So these countries are saying, you take how can what was statement the Gamba? Where is it? Go out to custom. Yeah. Oh yeah, the restaurant. What
najukira nga sina namukuba omusajja yatandika oil boom.
Actually, the same monopoly because that is geopolitics. These guys are too powerful. But oil company, ACWJ, controlling insulin in America. But you have to imagine that insulin is not to run in Uganda. Insulin. Yes. The man said just when you look at the cost of creating an iPhone bag and it's less than $100 in a way, where the iPhone will grow. No man said it's a value chain. How controlling a value chain? Negative what? Why monopolies are illegal? Because people generally dislike monopolies. Higher prices, reduce quality, limit choices, and staff innovation. For the last 2 years, 3 years. They had to wait for 3 iPhones ahead to access 3 iPhones ahead. Because this guy stuff for innovation. Everyone. Samsung, Samsung, even iOS. Right now there has been a growth of there has been a growth in internet users and everything because Microsoft free access. Actually, at some level, socially, by the way, sina socially, it is bad. The majority here. But you never some of the defense contracts banaze bayina bayina defense contract ya occupants naye bano balina defense contracts ezabuli grounds because this system can be manipulated changed very many functions bano bazimba yala kuba bayina ekibayita iPad OS I think your comparison is wrong because listen, even this technology will be taught in school. Energy is a risk. There is no such business. Guarantees are 100%. Which at the end of the day, if you look at that analogy, at the end of the day, the one the survival rates, the one who has survival rates will be killing more people operating because bajja operating nga ninga bafiira mulabbi bane batte 10 olyafira 3 mulayini bane battire 10 oli abafiirirwa 3 mwaba mulayini
We're here, actually. Eating. Food is life. We'll eat a bit later. You want us to talk like Sheila? That's how it is. Food for the soul. Sheila Pride here. What does she say? Sheila Pride. You know her? I hear about her. I'm such a TikTok person. I've had people say that. Not in that negative sense, but yeah, sharing a moment and talking about it. Yeah, exactly. So there's one where you're just like that. And then there is chit chat, no more culture. Still Lugambo in a way. No, me, I like Chibozi was, but I don't like the one which. Oh, have you heard? Yeah, I don't like that. My brothers, Friday and Ahmed. Okay, let's begin. Are we still talking abortion, choice and what and right? Life. So what's the outcome of this?
Pro-life and pro-choice.
We want to commit to have that solid movement where we support each other's rights. But also will encourage people, pick some stories. Our partner in Nairobi has some budget for that kind of support. Yeah. Well, I'm sharing this that I should have, but I'll share with the bigger team anyway. Yeah. So basically it's that, doing a lot more coverage around the subject, but also coming together and form this force that's going to support, like, us for us. If you put out a story, you share it with us, with everyone else, and we should all be able to push it. Start conversations around it. Okay, we'll be waiting. Yeah. Hello? Great, Jay. Yes, okay. Long time. No, have you eaten?
I'll eat that. I have a lot of that.
This, eh? Me too. I don't feel hungry at all. I'm actually glad he mentioned that break. We were forgetting about it.
I think tomorrow we come get the tea and sit and have like a working tea.
Yeah.
Okay. Pausing work for now.
Some refills?
No, me leave mine here. Leave mine like this, protecting my computer.
No, he's removing the used one.
No, mine, Auntie, one is halfway drunk, one is full. You leave them like that. Yeah. I don't want to walk because I need shoes.
tukolako kati.
Tungoleko?
Vivi,
You don't need to be ready.
Me, personally, I want to ask you about it being the first edition. Yeah, how special is it? What do you intend for it to become? Like, how do you envision it years from now? Like, what is your long-term goal for such media conventions? Thinking about that question. This is the second? This is the first. Oh. Well, I would be a pioneer. You're excited.
Even your recording.
I think I should.
You know, share.
Yeah, let's catch your lunch.
And when you just get used after some time.
Yabo Tifa, there's a koti yababaho. Okikoye negenda. Jida is your baba.
I didn't know. The sun was
No, but like
Bagabonga. What did the mama?
Oh, mama, that's why he was excited when I said I'm Nalwanga.
Yeah.
But me, I'm Nalwanga from Chima.
We can see you when you
can. See you after the lunch break.
Okay, yeah.
Have we noted how many? Even from your list you can tell.
Yeah.
How many are we?
Everyone on the list is going out for lunch. That's except you and also Janice.
So that's Janice had it there. But I have a coupon though. I have, this is Solos, but I don't know where he is going. Did he pick another?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't. I think he hasn't eaten. This was his computer. So how many people are in the room?
We are 15.
Okay.
15 people in the room who have registered. That's it, but if you're putting away the technical team, there are 15 attendees.
Okay. That is nice. And then technical includes production. Kim and Brian.
Yeah, we have not added those.
So those are 4. Has Shafiq registered?
No one from these several has registered.
Okay. Okay. So you and Shafiq, and then the 4.
Yeah.
Okay. That is it.
Should we add them to the list?
Yeah. I don't know. You will guide us.
About 25 minutes.
I want to see. See how I'm seated. There's a man here that was pushed. Brenda Namata of Police Uganda.
an organization called I'll be here. Different angles, so you can get into it.
I know.
Tufunye chai, let's. Get us affected. Sure. Tebanyika. Someone has actually. Oh. No, buy a phone. Janice, you didn't hear me. I was like, buy a phone instead. A newer one does not die. When the phone has died.
Yes, sir. No. No, it might be us. Go on. Usually you must die. Yes, I'm sick. It is what you better do. So I said yes, I'm not because
Still go for lunch.
Pardon?
Still go for lunch. How about him?
He has just gone right now.
Oh, he has gone. I was still seeing a red. I was still assuming he's there. Okay, that's okay. Well done, Jacob.
Thank you.
So proud of you. You did it all.
I try.
Yeah, yeah. It's really, really proud. Mm-hmm.
There are certain conservations that I don't have.
Okay, on this. So I could give her, I could give you her email. You can also reach her there and maybe she can share with you her contact. That is perfect. Let me have the email, please. Okay, it's Namata at policy is double L dot org. Policy double L POLLICY dot org. Thank you. Namata is all letters, also every other letters as well. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. If I'm telling about Vivian, Vivian from ACWJ. ACWJ. Okay. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Um, Hello?
Okay, okay.
Be placed in 2, 3 or different places when we are not here. AI has made it possible. I'm really happy to be here with you. When Vivian asked me to come and talk to you, I actually didn't know who's going to be in the room, but she told me it's going to be young women journalists. But I'm glad to see there are men in the room, because what we're going to talk about today is not only about women, it's about all of us, especially you men. It's not only about women only. These issues we're talking about are not to do with women only. If you will allow me, I will turn off my camera because we've been having a problem with our internet on this side of Kenya, or at least in my neighborhood. So I'm actually tethering with my phone. So it's going to be a bit heavy if I start sharing the screen and also having my camera on. So I hope you don't mind. At least you know I'm human. Yeah, you see, I'm human. Okay, thank you very much. When Vivian asked me to come and speak today, I'm not an expert on reproductive health, but I think as journalists, you don't have to be experts in everything. but we need to be able to report on various other things, and we have to learn and ask questions. And it's from that perspective that I'm approaching this, the presentation today. So I'll start sharing my screen. Give me a second. I do that. We start. I hope you will all be able to see the screen. Let me know if you can. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet, Mama.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me just do this. Escape and start sharing. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Sorry, with technology again. Give me a second. Just give me 1 second. I do something I need to do here. Yeah, we're good. All right. Share screen. I need to share screen. Yeah. Are we good?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. Okay. So that is what she asked me to talk about, Vivian. Put me on the spot for a bit there. I was kind of, but then I said I never want to refuse a challenge. So I hope we'll be able to, I need to do something else here. I need to do something else. Just give me 1 second. I do something to my screen because it's giving me hell. Okay, we're good. Okay. So when she asked me to talk about this, I was like, okay, reproductive justice. What is reproductive justice? It's not just about healthcare though. And that for me is what, for some of us, or for many of us, or for many journalists, I think the idea of reproductive justice is perceived to be only about health, but it is more than that. At least from my own understanding and from what we've been writing about and what I've been consuming, there's quite a bit in terms of reproductive justice. I won't go too much into the details because I know there are experts who've been there with you, who are helping you to go to kind of decipher the whole thing about what is reproductive justice, what isn't. But the most important thing is that it lies at the intersection of human rights and bodily autonomy, as well as what we perceive or what we know to be systematic inequalities in our societies. In our context, these issues are shaped by culture, by our politics, as well as by economic realities. So poor women may not be able to access contraceptives or may not be able to access proper medical care or good medical care because they don't have the resources. And one of the things that we need to be able to understand as journalists is that we do have a pivotal role to play in holding power to account to make some of these things happen. Because it's a matter of rights, not a matter of, it's not a privilege. We are asking to be given, it's our right. So the way I had factored would go through this is to kind of look at the objectives I thought we'd be able to get out of it is essentially to think through and say, okay, what do we, in my head, in a small way, the way I was thinking about it is be able to understand what the landscape is like, be able to understand what are the barriers that exist when it comes to accessing reproductive justice, as well as figure out what is our role as journalists, whether we're male, female, and by the way, when I say male, female, I include all genders irrespective of those two, as well as figure out what are some of the solutions that have come up, and what should we see as our call to action. So that is where my kind of thinking was going through. When we talk about reproductive justice, obviously we need to be able to understand that there are certain challenges that face us. The laws, the stigma, the lack of information, as well as other roadblocks that stop people from accessing the care they need. So how can we as journalists tell these stories better? I just want to do a quick, I don't know how many, and please maybe you can let me know whether you've gone through what reproductive justice is all about so that I don't waste my time going through the definition of it, not really the definition, but explaining what it's all about, what it is, what reproductive justice is and what it isn't. But if you've already gone through that, then I'll just move on.
Sure, we had a session earlier this morning that largely looked at reproductive justice as in the bigger sense. But to contextualize it, you may as well, bring it out so you create that nexus and anchor us into the presentation.
Okay, all right. Okay, reproductive justice, like I mentioned earlier, is nothing, it's not only to do with reproductive health, it's just one, we are talking about the right. So it means the right to the right to make a decision, any decision you want to make about your own body. It's the right to be able to say that I mean, to choose whether or not, actually to be pregnant or not to be pregnant, to choose whether or not to end a pregnancy or not to end a pregnancy. To choose, it is the right to be able to decide when to have your children. If you're going to have children, when you're going to have them. That means the right to, when you're denied access to, or when you're denied contraception, that means somebody is forcing you or making decisions on your behalf, not for you, but they shouldn't be making those decisions for you. It's the right to access abortion care. It's the right not to be forced to carry a pregnancy to term if you don't want it. It's the right to not force young girls who've been raped to carry to term a pregnancy when they haven't, or even a child, in scenarios of incest for that matter. And to bring it home, let's put ourselves in the shoes of a 15-year-old, for example, who's been raped in any scenario. Let's talk about, we know these things are happening. And then she's forced to carry to term that baby because even though her life might be at risk in some scenarios. So that means that you've taken away or you're denying her that right to not to have a baby when she doesn't want to have the baby because it was forced upon her. We know that the other, or how would you call it, the other principle when it comes to reproductive justice is, like I said, the right to have children or not to have children. It's deciding when you're going to have the children. In some scenarios, like in Namibia and even here in Kenya, women living with HIV were being forced as recently as 2020, was it 2023 in Kenya, but 2019 in Namibia. Just because they had HIV, they were being forcibly sterilized. That is taking away that woman's right to have a baby. You make external forces, in this case, the government or whoever, is making a decision about this woman's right to have children. You can still have a child even if you're HIV. In Kenya, they were doing that for women, not only women who are HIV, but also women living with disabilities, especially mental disabilities. In Senegal, where contraception has been inaccessible to many women, and in many other African countries, for example, a lot of women are being forced to have babies when they don't want to, but the situation is not dire in Ethiopia, for example. They've been able to not only provide comprehensive sex education, but also to make accessible contraceptives, especially in the rural areas. So the situation is not all gloom and doom. Another reproductive right is the right to raise your children or raise our children in safe and healthy environments. That is not a privilege, it's a right. I should not be worried that my children might die because there's no water, there's no food, there's no whatever. All these things intersect to ensure the right to raise my children in a safe environment intersects with so many other rights. And when you look at all the SDGs, about three of them where reproductive justice intersects with. So it's really important for us to not see reproductive justice as just a reproductive health. It's got so many other, we need to be able to be open to other perspectives. So when it comes to all this, how do we then look at what is happening around us in the sense of, I'm thinking in terms of the statistics. And they're all doom and doom. I mean, not doom and doom. Some of them are interesting, are quite encouraging, inspiring. But what I have here is some basic data I just pulled out of the Good website, which is, if you haven't figured it out, it's got all information, very interesting data on all our countries about telling the journalists we work with is that behind every statistics there are people. That number is somebody. It tells a story. So, for example, today health report that was released recently. It's a combination. It's research with the APHRC, Africa Population and Health Research Center, which is based in Kenya. But they released a report recently, and according to them, actually the number was about 792, 694 women go through induced abortions, went through induced abortions, which is not legal in Kenya in 2023, which is equivalent to 57 abortions per 1,000 women. So when you think about that, you look at the number of women who are being forced to go through these situations just because we have not, our law doesn't allow abortion. We are not able to access comprehensive sex education has been banned in Kenya for kids. And then the other thing is that family planning services have also become extremely difficult to access because of the pullout of the US government funding. And I hope you all understand the impacts of the gag rule and the PEPFARs, the withdrawal of the funds, or the suspension of the funding to PEPFARs and the USAIDs, what impact that has had on some of our countries. Some countries actually, I was reading yesterday something, actually we were talking about this with somebody who was working within or who was working with USAID. So some countries have their budget for these services, family planning, contraception, all the rest of all of that, 100% has been dependent on US funding. And with the withdrawal, it means they have to start looking for money to support or to provide these services. Another interesting number is that only 1 in 3 women in Africa have maybe that's maybe one in 3 women can't access birth control, but that's not because of choice, but that's because of policy failure. So, for example, in Tanzania, teen mothers are forced to drop out of school because they have this policy: if you're pregnant, you don't go back to school. And they also cannot access contraceptives because contraceptives are only for married women. And I bet that is very similar in Uganda, where if a 15-year-old was to go to a family planning clinic and was wanted to be put on or was looking for advice or support or services, she'd be told that she cannot access those services because she's underage. She needs, in some countries, in Kenya, I think they demand parental consent, which I think is ridiculous because no parent in their own mind is going to say, oh, it's okay, my girl, to go and have sex out there, no problem. We are bound by so many other things, but just being able to give these kids the information they know, not maybe advising them, maybe, you know, the whole abstention and all the rest of it doesn't mean we shouldn't be able to provide these services to them. And then, of course, there's a whole thing about abortion being taboo in most of our countries. I think if anybody is aware or has read up on the Maputo Protocol, I'll share kind of a brief about how many countries. Most of our countries have ratified, but we haven't implemented and we haven't domesticated the Maputo Protocol, which to me is the most advanced. I think it's the most, it's one of the best when it comes to gender rights. I think it's one of the best when it comes to for gender access to health services and all the rest of it. I think it's one of the best. And then, of course, there's the whole thing. We signed the treaties, we've always ratified treaties, but then when it comes to implementation, like I've said, it's a problem. So in Kenya, we have a very, very progressive reproductive health policy, but it only exists on paper because health facilities and health personnel, health facilities lack the supplies if it's providing post-abortion care and or even contraceptives, as I mentioned, is becoming a problem. So we have a very good policy, but when it comes to implementation, the devil is in the implementation. And then the other interesting number we need to think about is that of all, on average, women in Africa spend 13% of their income on menstrual products, while 1 in 10 miss school every month because they don't have access to menstrual products, or they cannot access clean toilets, or they don't have water. So when you think about it, reproductive justice is not just what we say, health, blah, 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 but there's so many other things that intersect with that. Access to water, access to clean environment is a right, but we don't see, we need to be able to kind of get our mind off looking at this issue from the health perspective per se, but look at it from a rights perspective. And the reason why these statistics matter or this data matter is because when we investigate, when we find gaps, when we find that, for example, in Kenya, I will say who has been taking most of the money that's been set aside. Actually, I shouldn't use the she, whatever. They've been taking away the money that has been set aside by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Gender for the provision of sanitary pads to schools. So girls in schools, instead of being given menstrual equipment or sanitary pads, every month they're being given one packet of 6 per term. And the term is 3 months and sometimes 4 months, depending on how the Ministry of Education feels like. So somebody has been stealing that money. That's a story that needs to be told. That's the kind of story we could be telling. Then when we look at these numbers also, we need to start thinking, whom do we hold accountable? Is it a ministry? Is it who should be, which agency? We can then be able to point out who should be held accountable. We'll also then be able to frame the stories. How we frame the story is not a women's issue thing. Like I said at the beginning, this is a systematic breakdown of systems or policies that there are policy gaps. So we should be able to get some of that information out there. Then the other thing is, with the hard data now, we need to talk about, okay, so now the situation based on the data is so bad. How can we connect these facts to real change? So let's think about it this way. When a girl dies from an unsafe abortion in your country or whatever, because abortion is not legal in most countries, so we all go to the back streets. You need to be able to report your story not as, your reporting should make it as a national scandal, not just a silent statistic like, okay, 15, like the 800,000 women are, they go through backstreet abortions in Kenya. You need to be able to point out the failures within the policies and the failure to implement these policies in a way that does not take away from the women the right to be able to make a decision, that right of autonomy, bodily autonomy. They need to be able to do that. When a hospital or a clinic refuses to provide rape survivors with emergency contraception because you've been raped, like I was talking about a 15-year-old who's been raped, but she goes to the clinic and the hospital refuses to give her emergency contraception. That also needs to be presented not as a statistic of 15-year-olds, 20 of them, whatever. We need to be able to show, to investigate and show it's a policy failure and demand for change. When politicians cut budgets, especially, and this is one I think anyone who is in the room, this is a very interesting story to do, and you can always kind of, and it's not political, it's got no politics in it, but it's just a matter of saying which politician voted for the reduction of the health budget or whatever it is, especially when it comes to reproductive health budgets. When you go down the line by line votes within the Ministry of Health budget, you can then be able to show an analysis, and you can actually analyze and see, oh, they're cutting everything, including, and most of the money is coming from here, they've cut this. A quick look at our own budget shows that. I mean, over the years since, I think since the number I was looking at is 2019, coming forward, the budget allocation to family planning, or what we call family planning services as well, has kind of been diminishing. But nobody is making a lot of noise about it, so that's an opportunity as well for journalists in Kenya. Again, it is not a women's issue in terms of the way we report on it. It shouldn't be done from the perspective it's a women's issue. It should be what I call accountability journalism, which is where we actually document like violations, tracking how many maternal deaths, for example, are happening because of these failures. You have clinics, but they don't have trained personnel. You have clinics that are supposed to be attending to providing the services, but they don't have the goods. In this case, either it's the contraceptions or the, whatever it is, or even information. It is being able, when we report on them again, it's not, when I talk about accountability journalism, it also means amplifying solutions. Is there, for example, I know one of our fellows did a story during COVID where she was talking about how women in Kampala, I don't know which part of Kampala, but they found a way of accessing during the COVID lockdown, how they were able to come up with a solution to be able to continue receiving the family planning services even though there was a lockdown. And I thought that was a very interesting way of communities or people finding solutions which work. They work for them. It may not be replicatable in Kenya, but it worked for them. And I think that's one of the reasons why when I say accountability journalism, when we are reporting on some of these issues, is where we say it's not always gloom and doom, oh, unto us, we're all going to die. No, we find what are people doing, what kind of, show the agency that people have in solving some of these scenarios, these solutions, despite the failures of government, despite the failures of whoever, but they're finding ways they're finding solutions. And that can inspire others, but at the same time, it doesn't stop us from holding those responsible to account. It's not sunshine journalism, please. I'm not singing a song only for hallelujah, we're good, but in the same context, you can say, because there are gaps here and the people responsible of this, and despite all this community has been able to find a solution and it's working for them, but it doesn't take the responsibility away from those who should be providing those services. At the same time, accountability journalism, for me, from the perspective of reporting on these issues, also means being able to reframe narrative. Okay, menstrual health laws can boost school retention. If we implemented for example, in Kenya, if we implemented just a fraction of what we have in reproductive health policy, we will be able to keep a lot of kids in school. If we're able to implement some of the things we've been saying for the longest, just being able to provide schools with water, regular supplies of water, making sure that the toilets in our schools are clean so that girls don't feel constrained not to come to it, making accessible sanitary products. I mean, we would be able to retain kids in school, especially girls, and that, I mean, the added benefit of that to the country, to the community, to the country, not only to the individual. So being able to reframe those narratives in such a way so that it's no longer, like a case saying, it's not a woman's issue. Now, I want to show you some examples of some interesting reporting that has led to interesting action taken, and you can find a lot of them. I mean, I just did a quick one. So, for example, I don't know how many of you have watched this one. This is the Baby Stealer story by the BBC. It was interesting. It was done in Kenya. This is when undercover journalists exposed criminal networks who were stealing newborns and selling them for huge chunk of money, 6,000 at one example. And then they would forge adoption papers, and then the kids would be taken out. Most of them are for foreign adoptions, and a number of people were arrested, and then the government also started they closed down quite a number of fake orphanages that had come up to enable the trafficking of babies. Then there's the unsafe abortion. This was a story where journalists just kind of used the statistics and basically were saying that is how many women are hospitalized every year because of from unsafe abortions, and this has led to a kind of debate in Parliament. They're reviewing, or rather they're considering making, well, not unburied because it's not allowed, but they're considering changing the law so that it's possible for women to access abortions. So that is a good development, and by just reporting on this story, the number of women who are dying needlessly because we've made something illegal, they were able to turn a taboo subject into a national health priority. I mean, Parliament is discussing this, how it's something that would otherwise not have been discussed. And then, of course, the 12-year-old being forced into marriage. This is from a religious point of view. There's this sect, I can't remember, it's in Malawi and it's in Johanna or something or the other. It's a very weird sect, religious sect. And by the way, when I say that, it's because they don't believe in going to hospitals. There's no problem not going to a hospital. You need to be able to access health services, and you shouldn't stop anyone. But also force 12-year-olds to get married. And just as they're getting into puberty, 12-year-old, the first time you have your menses, you're married off to a 40-year-old or somebody older. I mean, you're just given up to marriage. You're sent to be married off. And the reporting on this instance led to the police raided the church or the sect, and they rescued some girls. So instead of just saying, oh, these kids have been forced into marriage, blah, 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 the reporting kind of gave victims the evidence to, they were able to show this under the guise of spiritual guidance, religion, whatever, that these kind of things were happening. So again, it is no longer, the focus is, yes, they rescued the girls, but the initial point of entry was the church and the way it practices and the practices it does. And then, of course, when I mentioned about the forced sterilization in Kenya, well, at least, they went to court. From the story, obviously, the journalist proved that reproductive violence is not history, like it's not many years ago, it's happening today and now. And if we open our eyes to what is happening around us and we open our ears to what is going on, then we'll be able to figure out what is happening here now, which we thought was old school, is being done. We should be able to shine a light on the hand that the public doesn't see. We are the ones who can kind of go into some places that the average person may not be able to go. And these stories of shaming and spotlighting can kind of put an issue into the public, what do you call it? I'm looking for this word. Yeah, you put the issue in front of the public, and then it can also lead to legal action. But at least having that awareness can lead to change. I will share with you a few websites, a few more websites. I'll share that with Vivian, and then we can all get access to it. But there's some interesting places that you can find interesting reporting that can inspire you. One of the ones I find interesting is the Open Democracy is Tracking the Backlash, which is an investigation that, they did an interesting one, where they did an investigation that showed how US funded anti-abortion networks. They've been extremely active in Uganda and in Kenya, among other 50, there are 15 other African countries, in total 15 other African countries. But really, they've been kind of, they have influenced the decisions of the debates in our national parliaments, as well as within civil society. There was also a very interesting investigation that was done by a friend of mine, Odanga, on the Spanish Citizen Go, who have also been active in Uganda as well. And those are the kind of things, the action that was taken in the Tracking the Backlash investigation, which is still ongoing, by the way. You can contribute to them, to that particular initiative, is that 200 plus disinformation pages, which were all sponsored by this very fundamentalist, anti-abortion networks in the US, put out a lot of money to do that, were pulled down. That has since changed because of what is going on Meta, and so some of these organizations are still very, I was looking at one yesterday, a few of them yesterday. They had been pulled down, but now they're back, because the Meta has kind of relaxed its, anyway, that's another story for another day. But with these stories, what it proves is that journalists as journalists, we can expose not only hidden crimes, we can also spark public debate, but it can also ensure that justice is delivered. The Kenyan scenario where the Kenyan story led to litigation and the women who possibly sterilized receive some compensation. It doesn't pay for the fact that you're no longer going to have babies. That right has been taken away from you because you've been sterilized, but it was a hefty kind of fine, and I mean, it kind of chilled any attempt, that whole idea of it's okay to sterilize women who have disabilities or HIV, whether it's mental physical disability, all that has kind of now become a no-no, and the public is aware that at least they know that. So I will not talk too much about that because I mentioned that the Ethiopian case and all the rest of it. So I want to talk about the plan. How do we go about it? And this is just a simple, basic structure. I'm not saying follow it by, if you don't, it essentially is to figure out what is the hidden story, what is the story I want to write about. Usually I like looking at where the systems are failing. So for example, if I like comparing budget, I like budgets, not really budget, not that I like budget, but really sometimes on a slow news day, if you have access to budget documents, you can find humongous all manner of stories from government documents, especially on a slow news day. I remember I used to do that, and it used to be physical documents, not now when you have all these things online in digital format, but I used to remember on a slow news day, on a Sunday for Monday, or even a Saturday for Sunday, or for Monday, I tell people, let's go through these documents, because there must be a story, and invariably you find a story. But really, something looking at health budgets to expose actual clinic, what are the services being offered, where is the money being driven, where is the money disappearing? When, I mean, like, I remember in 2017, or 2017, yes, 2017, our president said something about, oh, we're spending X amount of money to make sure that the reproductive health services for the reproductive health service budget. But when you actually looked, and one of the things he said is that free maternity care is accessible to X number of women, and then you're like, hey, wait a minute, it's not happening. Let's look at the number. We actually found it was a fraction of the number he had quoted. And this was in public on a national State of the Nation addresses, and it was like, okay. Then there's also the whole idea of what are people buying art in pharmacies. I know we find it difficult, but pharmacies, a story I found interesting, which was done by one of the data analysts, not data analyst, but he's into data, but he's not a journalist. But he actually used information from the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, and they just wanted to find out like what the morning after pill sales were like, and he's a weird, not weird in a bad way, but the data that they came up with is that the sales of the morning after pills, especially during the school holidays, peaks every Sunday, Monday morning, Sunday night, Sunday evening, Monday morning, and then it kind of poke into the whole situation where we have kids who are closed from school, and of course they are out there, the holidays, and this was done before reaching the education system. So in a way it's not a correlation causation scenario, but it was kind of explaining. It was a paragraph or two in a story that was talking about teenage pregnancy and why we shouldn't. At that time, the debate was on comprehensive sex education, which should be made accessible to schools because they withdrew it. So it was an interesting kind of using data and information that was coming in at an issue from a very traditional way. So think about when you're doing your interviews, what are you doing? How are you interviewing? Are you kind of re-traumatizing the individual? we always have to have human voices because numbers alone are nothing. So when we think about that, let's think of let's be conscious of how we do our interviews and how we. I mean, let's not re-traumatize. Let me just put it straight there. And in the forced sterilization story, for example, the Kenyan journalists essentially they gained the trust of the women who'd been forcibly sterilized. They didn't use their names, obviously, but because they couldn't be interviewed in their own homes, because some of them, the family didn't know, or some of the ones, other than the ones who went to court, obviously the family knew, but they interviewed quite a number of them, but there were those who were not part of the litigation. And obviously, you can't interview this individual in public. You have to go in a very nice, safe space, not necessarily, I mean, somewhere where, so for them to be able to talk to these women, they may have facilitated their transport, not payment for story, but to be able to feel comfortable talking about these things where they're in a safe space. Okay, let me tell you, always ask yourself, who benefits? So I'm asking all these questions. Is it fitting into the story, and of what benefit is it to my story? Don't ask questions that are not going to fit into your story. Don't try and ask for details that are not helping your story. Some of it is, I mean, we need to be able to know when to draw the line. Of course, follow the money and the power. That one I know is straight cut. Where is the money? Where is the money going that we are spending? Or foreign funding to influence the debates on reproductive justice issues. You can actually, a lot of this, especially when it's foreign funding, you can, for US evangelicals, you can actually find their tax forms, which are public, they have to make them public. You can look at how MPs are voting. Yeah, I mean, I like cleaning and shaming politicians, especially when they come into public and they say something, oh, we are all for this, and then when they go to the house, just looking at their voting register, I mean, voting record, reframe the narrative, obviously. Like I said, it's not a woman's issue, and when you talk about abortion, don't say Maria or Catherine or whoever got an abortion. We need to say the system. I mean, abortion is a personal decision, but in a scenario where a rape victim is forced to have a baby or to carry to term a baby, it's a failure of the system, not that individual's choice. And I should also have the choice to not have a child if I don't want to have a child. And if I find myself pregnant, I need to be able to make that decision to end that, to terminate that pregnancy. But at the same time, I also need to have access to services in the sense of contraceptions. Humanize the data, I think that one I've already mentioned, but also, let's try and spotlight solutions. I think if we're talking about accessing reproductive services, reproductive health services in all formats, let's talk about let's talk about, like I mentioned earlier, the solutions that we've come up with or people come up with, and we should always temper our gloom and doom with hope, because I don't want us to just always be gloomy. We want to, and I don't say you have to force a solution if none exists. It doesn't exist. Or if a solution exists and it doesn't work, then we need to point that out. But we also need to be cognizant of the fact that most of our audiences, whether they're watching, listening, or reading, they don't want to be left with a sense of hopelessness. And I don't want to force hope if there's none, but we also need to be able to leave them with something that they can then feel, with information that they can use to do something. I don't want to, so I've learned this, then what do you want me to do? So if it's about accessing or providing children or girls with clean toilets and menstrual product, we need to be able to pinpoint who is responsible and why have they failed, so that, yes, it's a bad scenario, but I now know, I've watched, I've read, I've listened, now I know who is responsible and I can figure out how to address that, but not to leave people hopeless, because I think that is also contributing to some of the news avoidance we're getting, and that's a story for another day. And yes, I have a citizen, I had an example of a colleague, a fellow entrepreneur, obviously wasn't able to, this is very common, and I keep on telling people, when government officials are responsible and they refuse to respond, they become part of the story. So for me, when it comes to framing some of these stories, and authorities are refusing to ignore, make that part of your story. So, before I go on, I just want you guys to take a small moment and figure out the last story you did on reproductive justice or reproductive health survey, health stories. Did they follow this, and is it going? I mean, these are very basic and kind of very short. What do you call it? Very basic. It's not a must you follow this, but just take that to heart. So I will not go into all this because I think this is easy. I've mentioned quite a lot of it. When I talk about following the money, look at what money is. I mean, follow the money. Simple things like tracking family planning allocation and figuring out how much INPs getting as their car allowance. If I tell you that in Kenya, it's crazy. I mean, it's a lot of money. So I mean, I won't go through this slide for long because I guess it's self-explanatory. I'll share this presentation with you guys later. The accountability playbook is figuring out who is responsible and putting that at their door, not letting anybody get away from it. If it's the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Gender, we need to place a name who is responsible, maybe not individually, but the agency responsible. The other thing is also to be able to fact check. We need to use our fact checking. This nonsense about abortion causing infertilities, yes, we need to be able to explain that. Depends on how you procure the abortion. If abortion was legal and done in a hospital, in a health facility, an authorized health facility with trained personnel, then the likelihood of it leading to infertility is whatever. At least you can do a straight cut story, just interviewing as many OBGYNs as you can or experts as you can. And then of course, even being able to fact checking headlines, please let's have that in mind, because sometimes we just report what our politicians say without challenge. So I hate when that happens because it takes the heart out of me, and it gives this guy too much air and too much oxygen to mouth off, when the reality, we know the reality is not what they're saying it is. So I always say fact check and fact check what people are saying, especially our leaders, as well as what our governments are committing themselves to. Uganda has committed or has signed on the Maputo Protocol. Where are they at in terms of implementation, and who is supposed, why is it that we haven't fully, I mean, saying the same thing, even Kenya has done the same thing. We've made certain moves, but we always stop short of full implementation. So who is holding it, or who and what is holding us back? And follow the money, like I said, who is spending what and where? Why are we spending on buying cars like in Kenya, giving MPs millions and millions of shillings, and we are not having the resources to pay for basic health services, not even insurance. I mean, I'm not talking about health insurance. And sometimes I have this thing I always call it a slow news days. And for the editors in the room, it's a very nice and catchy, and you get everybody talking about it. It's just taking the, and it's not political, we're not saying anything is wrong, we're just saying. So you just say, oh, they've allocated, like in Kenya, they get X amount of money to buy a car. Yeah, that's equivalent to how many? I mean, somebody is wearing a watch which is what, 2.0 million, 2.5 million. That's I mean, these days it's 2.5. Yeah, that's equivalent to the salary of a junior doctor for the next 6 months or something. I mean, I usually call it my number of the day, whatever nonsense. I mean, the numbers are there. I mean, you have slow news days or slow times, and I always say it's something that can become a very interesting column if you're to have it in the newspaper, even as an end of a radio story or something. Anyhow, I'm just giving crazy ideas. You can take them up or not. Changing the narrative, Backstreet, the first headline obviously is wrong. That reinforces stigma. So we need to be able to say what it, I mean, we think how we frame these stories. We need to be able to kind of think through when you put who am I, or what message am I sending out if I frame the story this way? Okay, those are just a few examples. And then when we're reporting on this, we need to also bear in mind that how we frame it also. Let me take a step back. When it comes to reproductive justice, we shouldn't just frame it as access to abortion, because that's not the only issue, especially in our context. Here we are talking about access to menstrual health products, it's access to information, it's access to it's culture, then I have to say culture. It's also, I mean, our issues are not just access to abortion, our issues are there are many others that intersect with that. So we need to be able to not be driven just to reproductive justice as just access to abortion. It's also many other things. And I know I've been talking a lot about abortion here, but it's because, and I am holding myself back, but I also wanted us to take that into account as we have this conversation. And then, of course, collaboration works. I like collaborating with anyone and anyhow, and especially for museums and low budget days. We need to be able to kind of figure out, and this is what solutions, what is happening in Rwanda. Rwanda is able to deliver, using drones. It's interesting. They also deliver in other medicines. And that would kind of make sense if it would work everywhere. It's not maybe it's not replicatable everywhere. Telemedicine, that has been tried in Tanzania, it's been tried in Ghana, it's also in Kenya. But basically, it's information. It's not to give them the service. It's just being able to access information. And then, of course, what are the success metrics? How would you say that the solutions journalism kind of perspective, and how we can then say we are staying true to course. So this, for me, I hope will be a few takeaways from this discussion. I mean, it goes beyond health. I mentioned that earlier. It is where, I mean, we need to look at what the law says and what our realities are, what our intentions are and what our realities are, what our policies say and what the reality is. We need to be cognizant of that and point out where the gaps are, and but actually actively and robustly point out where these gaps are, and remove the stigma. Work, how do I say, like, you need to be consciously, when we write, we need to be able to remove the stigma surrounding a lot of these things. Like, we can't talk about abortion, not abortion, we can't talk about, we shouldn't be having comprehensive sex education in schools because, it will lead to promiscuity. When, I mean, it's never stopped kids from having sex if they wanted to have that. And the reason, one of the things is, if you don't give people information, then they end up getting information from other sources, which is not only leading to misinformation, but it can also expose them to risk. I mean, other risk like I mean, I wouldn't take you into that, but one of the things you need to be able to do when you're doing this reporting is understanding our realities and being able to report on that in a way that is cognizant of that reality, but also pointing out at the gaps that exist and putting that blame, not apportioning blame, but pointing out the failures and the successes, obviously. The successes sometimes. Then the other thing is also how we frame it, and then of course solutions journalism is important. I keep on saying doom and doom is good, but that's old school. We need to tell people, okay, so now you know all this is the information we've given you, this is how some people are addressing it, and this is how maybe you could address it, and we are not prescribing, but we could tell them these are some of the things that have come up. The one thing I want you guys to take away from me is that you don't need to be an expert in all this. You just need to be able to ask the basic questions. Who is being silenced? Who is being failed? Who is fighting back? Those three. That's it. Thank you very much. I've shared a few lists. I'll add this here, and quite a lot of them. Guides, tip sheets, some investigative tools, and stuff which you can. I just put them on the presentation because it might be easier, but I can always pull it out as a PDF and send it to Vivian. Thank you very much. Please get in touch if you have any questions. I know I've not left you much time to ask questions. I can be here for, it's now 3 something. Vivian, I know I will overrun my time by 5 minutes. I can give half an hour if anybody has a question, or 20 minutes. So I'm sorry for taking too long, but I hope I was able to get through to you guys, and I'm ready for your questions. Thank you. Okay, that would be great. But if you don't have it right now, you can always send it to me. I can, I mean, ask me, you can send me, if you have, oh, by the way, if anybody wants to do a story, collaborating with any of the women in our network, please reach out also. But it will be interesting to be able to kind of figure out, I mean, one challenge I want from the journalists in the room, if you wanted to do an investigative story or story of reproductive justice, which one would it be, and reach out if you need our help. Good? We're good?
Sure. Oh, good to see you again. That's really exciting.
Yeah, I put on my camera so that you know you haven't been listening to it.
That we're talking to a human.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the room have a question for Mrs. Gichar? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What's the question?
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Rose, and my concern is about representation. I've noted that the percentage of 12% of the African health news and reproductive health news.
Can somebody ask the question, because I didn't hear it?
Thank you, Catherine, for that presentation. And
Okay.
according to your presentation, I noted with concern that 12% of the African health news that covers reproductive health. And I thought this is quite a small number. And I wanted you to give any advice on how we can increase on this coverage. Thank you very much.
Okay, I can tell you by just saying one word. Okay, it's the same thing I keep on telling people. When we're talking about water, we can talk about reproductive health and reproductive justice issues. Look at how this issue or these rights are, I mean, one of the things I keep on saying is, I'm a health reporter, so therefore I'll only report on health. But health is politics. If I say health, if I'm talking about reproductive health, I can come at it at very many different, very many different issues. It's a legal issue. Like all the examples I gave you, this approach to the reproductive justice stories, or if you want to call them reproductive health or reproductive, well, but I don't want to conflate the two. You can always kind of approach these issues from very many different perspectives because they all intersect with some subject we are writing about or a beat we are on. So the idea is always, I'm writing about water. So I went, they open blah, 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 or whatever it is I'm doing. What is it about reproductive health that I can write about from this one issue? So that is why I was saying it's a slow news day. You can always come up with some facts and numbers. And that is enough. I mean, it's not enough. It's a way of kind of always, it's the same story but told differently. I keep on saying because there's no new story. It's always the same story told differently. At least something changes. And sometimes you can do a human interest story, but you can also write a policy, you can look at data, obviously, you can also do an analysis of policy. I mean, the thing is we wait until, for example, when somebody says, oh, too many students, school girls are getting pregnant. But we are not looking at the systematic challenges or the systematic inequalities that exist or the things that are leading to these kids getting pregnant. I mean, we're not. And it's a matter of, okay, that's the news story, but what else can I do with that information? So it's being innovative, it's thinking outside the box, it's thinking, looking at it, taking a step back and looking at an issue from 360 instead of a 90-degree. I hope I'm making sense. It's not being blinkered to say that I'm reporting on education, so therefore where is the reproductive health or reproductive justice issue here? Just that education alone, I can do 15 different stories, all linking towards reproductive justice story, if I wanted to, but I'm not going to bore. I mean, the thing is, and this is why I'm putting a challenge out to you, any journalist in the room, if you're really interested in reporting on these issues, I have too many ideas. The problem is I don't have the time to do the stories and I don't have a newsroom of my own. So if you're willing, I'll share my ideas with you and I can support you a little bit to do your story. Then you get you get into the group. And the other thing is also I have this thing called, I call it an attitude thing. And it's especially when you're on a beat, you just think of that beat as that, and you don't see how it might. You need to be open to how your beat intersects with others, and how theirs intersects with you. I know a lot of us will not be on beats because economics of newsroom nowadays, we're all experts in everything. We write about everything. There's no one beat. But it's being open to venturing out of our comfort zones and saying, let me try this, or let me look at it from this perspective. Maybe it can give me a fresh idea. Okay? Send me an email with speech your story, then you walk through how not to do it. I'll tell you how not to do it, then you can do whatever else you want to do.
And also share so many ideas. We're really looking forward, Ma.
Yeah. Ideas on reproductive health are humongous. Now, I know especially understanding our situation, different situations in different countries. I know that, like, there's a story that we've just published with the Star on post-abortion care. Man, seriously, there's post-abortion in the law in Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania. But we wanted to do it with somebody from Uganda. I wasn't able to get a reporter, but It is a story that is looking at what the law says and what the services are. And regrettably, the Tanzanian journalist, we couldn't use her byline because of the situation in Tanzania. If her byline, so again, we need to be cognizant of those realities. So I'm really game to listen and to receive and to share with you possibilities of stories you could do. But the other thing is also, I always say there's safety in numbers. So if we already published in Tanzania, she can publish in Tanzanian newspaper, but it can publish on an online website that is accessible in Tanzania, and we don't use her byline, obviously. But it also means that she's able to put out in full the interviews she was able to do in Tanzania, because then nobody will say it was done by Captain Gishero, who lives in Dar es Salaam. No, this is somebody from Kenya. She did it with somebody from Kenya, and we published it in Kenya. But now it can be sambazwa. I mean, it can go all over. Tanzanians can read it. So in a way, there's safety in numbers, there's protection. If there are things you want to say, but you're not able to say in your own country, but can be said in a story that was published in one country which is adjacent, like Kenya, because you can say anything, most within reason, then there's always that. And I always keep on saying, this is something I've done all my life. There are things I couldn't publish in Kenya, but I shared that information, and we did the story with somebody else who published in their newspaper. And then I'd report, those were the days before the internet, excuse me, I'm only 16, before website. And I would report the story and say, according to the Monitor in Uganda, XYZ, this is what is happening in Ministry XYZ in Kenya, and this is what the minister said, XYZ. I'm just reporting what that newspaper said. But I know it's my story, but I couldn't publish it under my name. And I couldn't publish it straight into the nation, because the nation would have faced a lot of problems then. Those were the good old days of the bad old days of Moi. So in a way, there's ways of being street smart and still getting out some of this information. There's also a way of being able to kind of look at an issue differently, because when we are home, we always think home is the best. When somebody else, you talk to somebody, then they tell you, then you see it from a different perspective. So again, challenge, reach out, but think outside the box.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you very much. You have another question here.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very insightful, and I'm itching to try out the different street smart ways of reporting on reproductive health. However, through this, my short time of being here, I've also realized I have a bias towards reproductive health. And in your presentation, you stated that even as we do our stories, we should stick to only the things that matter to the story. But the person I am, I'm overly curious. And what are the guidelines for me to not overstep my boundaries, but then still help my story? Because sometimes I feel like if I don't ask this thing, maybe it's the thing that will help the story. And then where...
Fellow pitched a story about, this has nothing to do with reproductive health, it's GBV, it was GBV. And she went into the nitty-gritty details of how this man did all those nasty things. It was too graphic detailing. I mean, it doesn't add anything to your story to say unless it is the point of the story. Yeah? In which case, the thing I'm talking about is when you're talking about reproductive justice or reproductive health or whatever, again, let me just give you like an example. One of the stories that needs to be told, and somebody should write this, you all have medical students, yeah? Who go to MTCs, you have students. As part of their practicals, they go and do the ward rounds with the doctor. No? Isn't it? I'm not talking to my, I hope somebody is responding. Can you imagine, okay, oh, this is one story I really hate. I wish so many people would write about it because I think it's something, it's the worst thing anybody can be put through. But okay, let's talk about this doctor, student doctors, and the doctor who's leading the world round, and they go into maternity, and then they are in this maternity delivery room, and then you have this woman laboring to deliver life, and you have 20 idiotic, sorry to use the word, I'm sorry my French is, you have 20 doctors, male and female, and mostly it's male, if you look at some of these admissions. Anyway, let's just talk about that. So you have these 20 doctors, this woman is laboring, she's in the delivery room, and you have 20 kids, I call them kids because they're students, and all of them are behaving as if they are at a show. They all want, has the vagina dilated? How many? Let me see, they're pushing. You're the one on the table. What is the duty of care for that woman on the table delivering a baby? Why is she being exposed as a circus animal? That is a story that needs to be written. It's reproductive health, it's reproductive justice. I'm entitled, I have a right as a woman laboring to give life in the delivery room. I have certain rights, and one of them is not to be put on show to the university students or medical students who are being taken around. Isn't that a story you can write? And how many women will be with you? How many men, even the ones in the room, will say, nah, you cannot show my wife to. Ish. And I'm not saying this is that because we are Africans. No, it is something that in our hospitals is commonly accepted. Is that something we should be talking about? Is that something that we should put out there for people to discuss? For the, who do we, you get, that's a story. And I can tell you just as much as I'm being very passionate about it, I know many people will be passionate. That's a story any one of you can do. You don't need, you just need to figure, you know that is what happens. Talk to the MTC head of MTC, ask him, why do you do that? Talk to women activists and gender activists. Should we? What is a laboring woman? What duty of care do we have for women in labor, especially when it comes to not exposing them, observing their rights, or giving them, according to them, the rights they have? Are you getting me? Are you hearing where I'm coming from? It's not, is that a story? No. Is that a story that you need to go to school to do? No. Is that a story the editor sitting in that room now today? If this my journalist came and told you, hey, I have this story, you will clear the decks and make sure it goes on page 1, yeah? Isn't it? Because you know it's going to kill everybody. Everybody will be talking about it. And the thing is, it's a very, we all know about it. It's what we talk about. Everybody is talking about it. But we don't do anything about it. It's our right sometimes to do the stupid stories. I call them stupid stories. They're obvious ones. So we're always thinking of the Panama Papers story. No, some things, small things like this. It's a reproductive rights story. It's a health story. It's access to certain story. I can do anything with it. I can turn it round on its head and it becomes something else. So that's what I'm saying. Go beyond the normal, sometimes do the abnormal and the extremely common. And if everybody is going to do that story on the practice of, that gets me angry. By the way, when I was doing research on this one, I was like, the thing that killed me was I was actually looking at some of the stories that have been written in Kenya, published in Kenya, and I was like, the first thing that struck me, it's like, that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. Why do men, and I'm not saying men, why is a woman in labor reduced to an object of curiosity? Just because she's in a hospital and the hospital is doing training of its doctor practicals. We might as well do a practical on a model. Anyhow, I won't go there again. It just makes me angry. But that's what I mean. Stories can be made common, normal stuff that is not normal, should not be normal. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, do you have any other questions? Okay. Friends online, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Please allow me. Thank you, Mama Catherine Gicheru. A great person, a great friend
Thank you
of
for having me.
ACWJ. We're really grateful that you made time of your really, really busy schedule. And we look forward to doing more with you, doing more with the organization. And I'll really emphasize the fact that we have a bit of support to pursue some of these stories in line with SRHR. There's a message popping, but yeah, with your support, and maybe do a little more coverage in this area. We do not want to keep looking at the 12%. Maybe the next year, by the time we convene again for our next annual convention, it should be, at least, there should be an addition, at least in the numbers or in the percentages. We're really grateful that you're able to make it. Question just popped.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the question about how can a journalist separate themselves from values that deter them from reporting on issues that are considered sinful? According to their religious belief. For example, some faiths preach against the use of birth control methods that they are considered sinful. So if a journalist subscribes to such faiths and beliefs, why would you not cover them? You're not reporting on your life. It's the life out there. I mean, I'm not being flippant here. When you write a story or when you go to court and report on rape or murder, or when you go to the field and report on something that has happened, it doesn't mean you subscribe to that. It's not personal. You're not personalizing. It's not about Catherine. It's not about Vivian. I'm writing about what is happening in our society. When we're writing about abortion, it doesn't mean that I'm the one who's done an abortion. When I argue for the right of women and girls to access contraception, I'm not saying I'm the one who wants to get access to contraception. Me, I don't believe in contraception, so I don't want to, it's not me. So I think we need to kind of separate ourselves. Yes, the beat we are on, we are reporting what is happening in society. Yes, we are part of that society. I'm not, somebody has called me, I've been called many names. It doesn't mean that because I'm advocating for something that I am that thing, if I personally don't adhere to that. So we need to separate ourselves as journalists and our work. And sometimes it's difficult for people to do that because the story bears my name. It has the byline Catherine Gicheru. Does that mean Catherine is for this? By the way, at some point you need to be able to say, I am, okay, as a journalist, you will end up not reporting on many things because most of the time you're not reporting on good things. These are bad things. The failures within our society, the gaps within our policies. And sometimes somebody will say, that is anti-government. I'm not anti-government. I'm only saying, hey, wait a minute. There's a problem here we need to fix. And you're the one to fix it. Why are you not fixing it? Am I anti-government? I'm asking a question, which I know a lot of people are asking too, which will benefit a lot. Me, I might have the answer. But am I there because of this? No, that does not define me. My stories, if you don't want to write on these issues because of your faith, I think you might end up limiting yourself to what kind of stories you can write about. Because if you look at it, even climate change is an issue. Climate change could be an issue for people at a personal level. So what issues are these? I think you need to be able to separate yourself from, no, you need to be able to define for yourself what your limits are and then understand how that limits you in terms of what you can report. Because if you came into, sorry, I'm putting myself as your boss, as your editor. If you came and told me, I'm not going to write a story on reproductive justice because it goes against my faith, I'll say, what the hell, get out of here, because seriously, everything you do here is against somebody's faith or somebody's beliefs. Our beliefs we check in at the door when we come into a newsroom. Because what motivates us is what we're doing for the good of the community, of the society, of our audiences. And that audience is not only made up of people like me in my image, they're made up of very many different kinds of things. All we're guided by is, and I think the last few questions I ask is, for whom is this right there for? If 80% of us don't want to have abortion, that's okay. But the 20% who want, shouldn't they be heard also? And if we signed up on the Maputo protocol to say all these things, all these rights should be enshrined within our own constitution, and we should actually implement, then if you don't want it, then we say why. And we also point out, yeah, 80% don't want. And how is that 80% expressing itself within parliament or within any other spaces? So we need to be able to talk about this process. But let's not, I mean, I'm sorry to say this, if I was to bring my personal beliefs in all the stories I've done, I will never have written any story because I hate a lot of the things that are happening and I'm opposed to a lot of them. But it's my job to expose where the gaps are. It's my job to say, okay, 80% don't want, but even you 20%, you have a right to be heard. I need to be able to temper that and report that within the society in which I'm living in. Let me use the Tanzanian example. The post-abortion story is that, yes, it's there, Maputo protocol, blah, blah, blah. They've done all this. But why are the services not there yet? The law says they should be accessible. Is it an issue of supply? Why are we not having, and we know women and girls will continue doing abortion. Women and girls need access to reproductive health services. We know, and boys too also need this. Boys and girls, men and women need information, comprehensive sex education information. Not because we want them to go out there and have sex, but because we want them to understand not only how their body works, but also what they need to. This is a right which is given to them by God, not me, not you. But we want them to understand how to exercise that right in a judicious, respectable manner. That's all I'm saying. So I will tell you, my sister. Are you my sister? If you're not my sister, you're my daughter. Sometimes we need to check our own personal. I'm not saying you stop being who you are. I'm just saying some of those things you need to check them in a newsroom, because you will be compelled to pick and choose just certain stories that you feel comfortable doing. And if you're in a newsroom, I'll tell you, see you, because I don't know what else you're going to say. Oh, in my personal belief, I'm not saying you are that, no. So I'm sorry I've talked too much about that, but it's I check in my beliefs at the door. Not that God forgives, I mean, I know God forgives me. It's not that I don't believe in him. But I'm just saying there are certain things I will say, because not everyone is me and not everyone believes like me. I need to be objective and open to that reality and accept that we are not all going to be that. Unless I want to go and sing a song and become a proselytizer. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about that. Anyhow, Thank you very much. You've let me talk too much. Okay, Harmony. Okay, number one, Harmony, I want you to do it. I'll help you do a story on reproductive health. It's quite, yeah.
She heard you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kichero, for being with us today. I guess that's me.
Oh, okay.
Yes, in case you're looking
Thank
for
you
the
for
voice.
having me.
We are super excited to have women like you, women who have broken the stereotypes, taken up spaces, and are challenging stereotypes to create spaces for girls like us who aspire to do great things like you have in this lifetime. Would like to leave you to get back
Okay.
to your very commendable life so that we conclude today's session. Thank you so
Okay.
much for being with us today, Ms. Kichero.
Thank you very much for having me, and my challenge still stands. Anybody with a story they want to preach, reach out. My email is available.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone, and I wish you all the best in the rest of your discussions.
Thank you very much. It's been great having
Bye.
Okay, that was such an insightful session with Miss Catherine. And now we are down to the final few remarks of the day before we close off. And we just wanted to hear from you. What were your basic takeaways in regards to your experiences covering stories of SRHR, or any general feedback or anything you want to tell the team for the day? This is your time to shine. It's your time to shine. Yes, time to shine. Yes.
After today, after today, I've just realized two things. One, I like the fact that Mrs. Gichero has said you don't have to go like to a hospital or like to just focus on sexuality for you to just say you're really reporting about reproductive health, because it cuts across. The other thing I've learned about myself, I have biases. I used to think men are the reason we suffer, not in a bad way. But then reproductive health cuts across, like it's both the men and the women involved. So my takeaway is, even as I report or advocate for change, it should be across, like leveled ground for both the men and women, because it helps us all together. And if the men get on board, it's easier for the women to also have their rights amplified. And as the women's rights are amplified, I think it's also good for the men. Like it's like the justice, the reproductive justice is for everyone. Yeah.
It's very imperative that we understand that we have cognitive biases that we carry every single day. I carry some of my own that have clearly been amplified today. But I guess having this session has also opened me up to understanding that humanity is very nuanced, and sometimes binaries often blur the middle ground and the complexity that we carry. Just a few more thoughts, a few more insights about what exactly you picked up from today, or what your experience covering SRHR has been so far. If you'd like to share. Anyone? Yes.
My takeaway from today's sessions is that I don't need to be an expert to cover any story. I just have to, first of all, research, know what I am talking about, just get a bigger picture of what I'm talking about, and then get the right questions to ask that expert, so that this expert is the one that tells people the credible information in regards to that story.
Speaking of expertise, lately we've had a wave of people catfishing to be experts at particular things. And it's very, very difficult to figure out who is the expert and who is not, given that someone can really read their stuff. I think it was a news story run about Makeri and the fake PhDs existent within the civil society organizations, and all these people who have been posing as experts actually are not experts academically. Yes. Any more thoughts? Any more thoughts?
Thank you. From what we've been discussing since morning, the issue of biases, our personal biases when we are doing these stories, kept coming up. But one thing I've realized, the more people go for trainings, the more you get to understand, and the more the bias, the more you go for these trainings and learn more, the more you learn to deal with the biases, to the fact that even if you're biased, but then you get to separate the story from your biases. When you write this, you're writing or reporting these stories, you're saying, okay, this is my bias, but at this moment, I'm doing this story, and my opinion does not have to feature in this story. So the more we go for these trainings and we learn more, the more we learn to deal with the biases. And then the other issue, the other thing I picked today is that when we are writing these stories, we don't always have to focus on the negative. Also bring solutions. It's not always about the bad and the bad, but also give people hope. Do not leave people hopeless. Thank you.
My main takeaway from today is that when reporting about SRHR, we should not make it about only women, but we should make it a national issue, a national scandal. And at that, we should also build our stories on the policies, on national papers, like the national budget, what are the failures of the system, and like Vivian has said, after that, you also suggest possible solutions that are working in other places.
Thank you so much. Shafiq, I saw you putting up your hand at the back. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shafiq. So my key takeaway from today's sessions is that you don't have to be a direct victim to report on something or to care about something. Or just like I'm a man supporting women, you don't have to be a direct victim. You don't have to be a direct victim of gender-based violence to report on gender-based violence. You just have to do the work that benefits others.
Okay.
Thank you. My takeaway is I've learned that reproductive health is more than health. I can approach it through many ways, analyzing policy, being innovative, and looking outside the box. Thank you.
Good evening. Is it evening? I think I'm the only one who haven't spoken the whole day. My name is Susan Achola. I love the Achola because I know the meaning. The Susan, I don't know where it comes from. So I would be comfortable you call me Achola. I am in this room, and at this time I am thinking in my head that should I say this today? No, wait, I think you need to say this tomorrow. This is like my, I think, 5th SRHR training. But I want to say that the excitement is starting to come. I don't want it to burst. Wait till tomorrow because I find it so different. In the other side where I come from, I think it is me. I don't know if it's because of the trainings that got so much interested in the SRHR issues. But then It is today that I realized that somehow the trainings I got made it a little hard for me when in the field there. One statement that Catherine made is that you can find SRHR issues in everything. But I've had a challenge, sometimes even when you pitch, like your own editor is saying, but you with your SRHR issues. Now, you see? So it becomes hard. They want you to go direct. They want to see a health issue. They want to see, and yet you can find the issues everywhere. So I must say it is really a rich day, and I have a lot of takeaways for today. And I'm happy that I'm beginning to find ideas even as I sit. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Apart from what has already been shared, what intrigued me in Catherine's presentation is the questions we ask when we go to the human faces in our stories. Why do we ask questions that we are not going to use in our stories? How, where did he touch? Now, what happened there? Now, are you going to use that in your story? Eh? Understand what? But why? You're a journalist. You are not a CID, you are not in court, you are not, I don't know. Are you looking for evidence? What are you looking for?
Thank you very much. Fred here. I think I have like 3 things to comment. The first one, I think I clearly now understand that even the things we call rights, sometimes there are stakeholders within our society that are supposed to play a part in making those rights happen. For example, the things you've talked about, women making choices, we clearly figured out that that choice must be supported. There must be an infrastructure, there must be a system that empowers the woman to make that choice. Therefore, it's not only her job to have that choice made, it's all of us to support her to do that. So I think that's something really fundamental, and that's a key takeaway for me that I think I will also be able to spread to other men and probably also other people that I get to speak to. Then number 2, storytelling is as important as life goes. I'll be honest with you, there are very few people, very few. In fact, I think it's less than 6% of health-related stories in this country. I'll tell you, if you watch news, sometimes you wonder where things went wrong. Because I believe that things like what we've discussed today actually need to be a segment in every piece of bulletin that goes out. But unfortunately, probably the story writers are not doing enough. And I'm compelled to believe this because I know you're going to ask me and say the editors don't publish, but I read TikTok, I read X, I read LinkedIn. If they don't put it in the newspaper, why isn't it on LinkedIn? Why isn't it on Facebook? Yeah, because all these are platforms. So another takeaway is we have so many opportunities and so many choices. Put the story where people will read it. Let's not only wait for the mainstream or the editor says this issue doesn't fit the front page. Put it on Facebook. I mean, TikTok is there. I love what she does on TikTok. Yeah, so let's create our own opportunities by telling our stories. And to be sincere, the winning stories usually at the end of the day don't even come from mainstream media. I don't know if you guys know that. If a story is good about mothers in northern Uganda or anywhere, even if it's on Facebook, people will pick it up. So I think as individuals here, let's make that choice. That my story is not only supposed to be on radio, it can still be on the social media platforms. Then the last one, which I think is also very key, is the synergies in pushing this. I was listening to Catherine when she's speaking. When you listen to how she's looking at the whole issue, it's not so complicated like how people make it seem. Because you just heard how she said, go cover these stories. It is that simple. Ask the relevant questions, you know? Ask the relevant questions. But now, if we don't have the synergies to listen from people like her, who tell you that this is a normal thing you can do and create a change for society, then we all think it's so complicated. Because me, I'll tell you, this is the first time I'm thinking that this is our own thing. All along, I thought it is a project thing, USAID thing, you know, action, all these things. And now it's actually dawning on me that, oh, I must empower my daughter and my sisters for them to make the right choice. Probably the last one, I think women and men need more conversations, guys. I'll be honest with you, journalists, ladies, call for these conversations because the many of them are not aware of these challenges, and many of them don't even realize that you being better in that field is actually even making them more efficient in how they handle things. So I think it should be an intentional conversation, Mama, here, to even in the newsroom, to have these discussions centered that they concern everyone. Because in most cases, women issues are sometimes not abandoned, but left to a few who care to do them. And for me, I think it's now intentional that we need to have a coffee and talk about these things. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the second day. I know I'll leave here a very changed man, by the way. You guys have done a very amazing job. Very amazing. You should be proud that you've changed one father, at least, who came for this conference.
Good evening. So I basically learned about three things or three reflections. The first one is we need to stop seeing SRHR as a moral issue. We need to see it beyond just a moral issue. Two is we need, as media, we need to be at the front to reject lazy narratives on SRHR. We need to be the ones to be the fact checkers for the public. And then the last one, Catherine talked about only 12% of health-related stories being on reproductive justice. And it reminded me of our role as journalists, the watchdog role, the role to hold our systems accountable. Where I come from, most of the media advocacy, or general advocacy, is pushed by the private sector, or it's usually paid for in the media. So I was reflecting that as media, we need to be very intentional. We need to push ourselves to write the stories and not wait for people to pay for them. Thank you.
And that's it. Sis Vidya, would you like to come up? Okay.
Thank you very much, guys. Can I please stay seated? Thank you. The day has been long. I really appreciate all of you guys. First of all, I will give my part of the reflection. It's been very important. It's been very exciting watching all of us have some takeaway from the sessions. The sessions have been great, but the ears and the minds have been open too. We've really taken in, we've really learned, we've allowed ourselves to unlearn and relearn. I appreciate you guys so much. I had a few highlights here. I wanted to address myself to telling the SRHR story. I don't know who that was, but yes, we have a full session about this tomorrow. And not to mention, we have people like Grace in the house. She's a sports journalist. But you would wonder, okay, she should be at the pitch, she should be, doing football and all these things. But she is here, she is talking SRHR. So there is SRHR everywhere. Like Catherine said, let's go out there and do the stories. Simple as that. And most importantly, not put ourselves in there. Yes, there is that, but you do not have to be a thief to cover a thefty story. I think that's a big takeaway from, her response to Harmony. Like, we would not be covering a lot of these issues if we were attaching, I won't call them feelings, to every other aspect. Oh, these are politicians. I don't like politics, so I will not do political stories. No, this, if there is a story, even if you do not do it, like someone said, you do not use contraception, but there is a percentage that needs access to these contraceptives. How have you used your platform as a journalist to make sure that they gain that access? That, you help that small percentage. That's what amplifying voices is all about. And I believe from here we'll go out more empowered and re-energized to do these things. She talks of the 12%. Intriguing as it may sound, this is 12%, but it's a continental figure. It got me thinking, how much of the 12 is Ugandan? You know what I mean? It's already too bad at the continental level, but how much of the 12 is from Uganda? Friends, we can do more. I really wish we could have everyone else, but moving forward, maybe we could have many more people getting involved in these discussions so we can amplify as more voices as we possibly can, so we can reach as more people as we possibly can. We could have those people, maybe at a certain point, a friend was whispering, we actually need those women in the room as well. Yes, we are here, we do tell the stories, but how about we had like 5 of them, maybe for a start, come into this room, tell their story. Let them speak up, let them share their experiences as, as firsthand, from the first-hand experience. This is something that you've gone through. This is a market vendor. This is a street vendor. This is someone from whichever social class, but they have a story to tell. Before we go down to dig down these stories, we bring them in the room, probably with more colleagues, with resources available. She mentioned a lot about collaborative reporting. You have a story. I think we've done this before, but we just need to do a little more. I'm sure we've all seen this. I wanted to point out our mom here, but I know many of us have seen this. Like working with Media House X, but if I pitch this to my editor, probably out of experience, they may just water it down. Yet I really feel I'm passionate about this. It's a story that I really would love to go out. I'll call a colleague in Media House C, like, friend, can we do this? This is the source, this is the storyline, this is the angle. Maybe we get around it, we discuss a little more and have this story out. The other way is supporting each other. I had really, really wanted us to talk about this because at the end of the day, tomorrow, I want us to have that force. That if Doreen published a story and shared with the army, we're all up to support that story. We're all out to share, use the different platforms like a colleague here was highlighting. We support each other. Those voices will reach much more people. The change that we need, we are yearning for, will happen earlier than we actually anticipate. So if there is a story, first of all, friends, feel free to share. And once a story is shared, let's take the bother to support each other. Someone has done a story, or also during the process of putting the story together, maybe they need a connection to a source. You know, we have people here. I would not mention names again, but well, we're just a small army. Vivian has done these things for many years. Rose, you know, many of us have done these stories. They will know if it's something about education. There is this person that I've done an interview with before, and they should be a great source for you. You share the contact, or even go ahead and do the introductions. So you make it easier for a colleague in Gulu, in Germany, or even out of Uganda, because we're having a team from across the continent, and it is growing. And at the end of the day, we all get to win. If someone out of Uganda is following up on a story in Uganda, they support each other. And the reverse is true for those that are the other side, and you may want to do maybe comparison or some research or something that you will need to do about the story. Those kind of, you know, it makes it really, really easy. You do not have to hustle. You do not have to reinvent anything, because people have done these things, and it's so important that we start somewhere with the support of colleagues. I think that's basically it. Yeah, about this. And yeah, a colleague mentioned about trying to be positive around these stories. Like Catherine was saying, it's non-sunshine journalism, but neither is it all doom and gloom. So there is, yes, the tough side to it, the gloomy side to it, but how about we also explore the bright side to these SRHR stories? So I think it's so important to consider as we go out to do these stories. And at this point, please allow me re-emphasize the fact that we are collaborating with African Women Journalism Project. That's Catherine's organization, to support females pursuing these stories. We, at the end of this conference, please feel free to pitch your idea, and we'll reach out to Catherine for support to be able to put, it's part of the, you know, the intention to put out more stories, to get this information out to the public. And I would really appreciate if at least all of us can do a story or two or three or more. It will really be great. Maybe by the time we convene again next year, it will be a different story. It will be a different percentage, at least from the Ugandan perspective. I thank you so much once again for making time for this event. Thank you so much again for honoring our invite. You've been such a great audience. I'm sure even the presenters were excited. Yes. I was at first worried about, you know, the numbers, but who needs a full house that's dormant? We have, you know what I mean? Eh? This is a small team, but very active, very interested. Even the after lunch manenos did not really put us down. You know what I mean? After lunch, we're all satisfied and tired and, yeah, sleepy and everything. But we kept awake all through the sessions. I really appreciate you guys, and we're hoping for an even greater day tomorrow. Tomorrow we're starting at 8. Now that many of us are spending a night around, we're having those 2 morning sessions from colleagues, as you may have checked on the agenda. Very exciting engagements. And please keep thinking through those pitches and the possibility to have them executed. You don't have to, do not feel limited. Once again, I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ED, for those closing remarks. So we have an evening snack before us. So feel free after this session to have the evening snack. Dinner will also be served. We'll communicate in the group chat where to get the dinner coupons. And if we do, please respond so that we know where to get you and how to get those to you. Other than that, have a restful evening. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Yeah, so we can mingle, interact. People like me whose social battery is down, we can go sleep. Thank you.